You're a human, a member of a Japanese social minority group, descendants of feudal era outcasts. Humans, plural of human.
I hate this level. This level is my least favorite level of this generation. No other level has ever caused me much pain.
Vure, a Soviet spacecraft modeled after the American space
Until
shuttle.
this level showed up in my alley, and then now it's
Vure, a county of Ngari Prefecture, Tibet Autonomous Region, China. Urengate.
Like, why? I'm allergic to the cataclysm. I can't get good at. I can't get good enough at it. That's not a big problem.
Phosphorus and sodium. Burani, alternative form of Borani. Vurengi, historical chronicle of Assam. Virau, a tropical flowering tree, Catwood hibiscus talaparidi, Tiliaceum sin. Hibiscus tiliaceus found in the South Pacific. Viraus, plural of virau. Vurek.
I don't want to play Cataclysm, I want to play BACkl.
Vurek Wall, the Western Wall. Burura, a Burran Australian Aboriginal prefixing language spoken at Maningrida on the north coast of Arnhem Land in the Northern Territory. Burura, a family of non-common Yugan Australian Aboriginal prefixing languages spoken in Northern Arnhem Land in the Northern Territory.
Okay, how do I...
Virau, alternative form of Virau.
Basically,
a municipality of late Philippines. Viras, plural of Virau. Vure, a barangay of Aten, Iloilo, Philippines. There, a suburb. Vura, a surname. Urba, a surname from German. Arbaz, plural of Burba. Urba, a surname from German. Burbax, plural of Burback. Burbage, a surname. Arbages, plural of Burbage. Burbeck, a surname. Burbankian, of or relating to Luther Burbank, 1849-1926, American botanist and agricultural scientist. Burbankai, a hexagonal dihexagonal pyramidal mineral.
I wonder if Fuji is gonna appear.
Carbon, cerium, oxygen, sodium, and strontium. Burbankais, plural of Burbankite. Burbark, a tropical shrub of the genus Triumpheta. Burbet, plural of Burba. Burberry, dressed in clothing of the Burberry brand. Burberry, a surname. Burbage, a surname. Arbages, plural of Burbage. Herbal, a bubbling, gurgling sound as of a creek. Herbal, simple past and past participle of burble. Burbler, one who burbles. Burblers, plural of burbler. Burbles, third person singular simple present indicative of burble. Arwe, comparative form of burbly, more burbly. Arweest, superlative form of burbly, most burbly. Burbling, a burble, the sounds of a burble. Burblings, plural of burbling. Burbly, burbling, bubbling. Burbolt, obsolete form of birdbolt. Burbolts, plural of burb. Burbolt. Burbot, a freshwater fish, taxonomic name Loda, which is similar to the ling and cusk and spawns in the winter. Burbots, plural of burbot. Burberry, surname. Burberry, plural of burb. Burberry, the surname. Barberries, plural of Burberry. Berry, a surname from Old Norse. Bardes, plural of Burb. Burkha, alternative form of Birchak. Birch, a surname. Birchall, a surname. Bircham,
This device works perfectly because,
Bircham,
like,
plural of Bircham. Bircher, a surname. Birch.
it's not really, like, none of my
Plural
clicks
of
will
Bircher.
ever go to waste, bro. Like,
Birchow,
honestly,
a surname. Birchow zebra. Equus quagga birchallii, a southern subspecies of the plains zebra. Birchow zebras, plural of Birchell's zebra. Birchells, plural of Birchell. Birchif, a surname from Old English. Birchat, a surname. Birchats, plural of Birchet. Birchets, plural of Birchet. Birchill, a surname from Old English. Birchfield,
Arr.
plural of Birchfield. Birchill, a surname. Birchill, or relating to Julie Birchall, born 1959, Hellenical British writer. Birchills, plural of Birchill. Birchu lads, a surname from Georgian. Arseia, a surname. Arseaias, plural of Berseaka. Berkar, a surname from German. Berkards, plural of Card. Burkhardt, of or relating to Jacob Burckhardt, 1818-1897, historian of art. And culture. Burckhardt died. A monoclinic mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, iron, lead,
Oh my god, what is
manganese,
up with my
oxygen,
shoulder right now?
silicon, and
Do I have to play
tellurium.
with my left hand now?
Any of various European and North
Let's
African
actually kind of
herbs
want to see
genus
how
Medicago.
much percent am I actually with my left hand?
Burklovers, plural of Burklover. Burko, a city in Somaliland. Burcucumber, alternative form of Burcucumber. Burcucumbers, plural of Burcucumber. Bur, a surname. Bertolane, alternative form of Bertolane. Berta, a surname. Werda, surname from Hindi. Berdax, plural of Berdak. Bertolane, the last child that survives in a family. Berdal, a locality in Warren Parish, North Yorkshire, England, previously in Ryedale District OS Grid Ref SC 8762. Berdas, plural of Berda. Berdesh, a form of fringed sand or cravat worn by gentlemen. Berdashes, plural of Berdash.
My wrist already hurts from just from
half-dugout
that,
shelter,
dude. What
a
the fuck?
combination of a sod house and a log
My
cabin.
right shoulder, I don't know what's up with it. I also felt it while working out. But something's up, something's definitely up. And also, how many attempts am I at?
Verdes,
44.
plural of verde.
Oh my god.
Vertigan.
Okay, yeah, I am getting it
Surname.
today then.
Vertigan duck, the bird Cadorna raja, protected species within Australia. Vertigan duck, plural of Vertigan duck. Verdo, a surname. Verdin, a surname. Burden basket, a basket fitted with a strap or straps to allow it to be carried on the back.
The
with
keycap just
carriers.
go right off. Okay. I ain't complaining.
Arms free. Burden
Oh, it's a
basket,
reset key.
plural of burden basket.
Look,
Burden of persuasion.
well,
The
now I
duty
don't have to
upon a party
worry about
in a legal
reset.
proceeding to
Accidental
persuade the
resets
fact-finder
that
to
much
decide
anymore.
for that party on an assertion of fact. Part of the burden of proof, sometimes loosely used as synonym for that term. Burden of production. The duty upon a party in a legal proceeding to introduce enough evidence relating to an assertion of fact to have the issue be considered by the fact finder rather than summarily dismissed or decided. Part of the burden of proof. Burden of proof. The duty of a party in a legal proceeding to prove an assertion of fact. It includes both the burden of production and the burden of persuasion. The onus probandi. Burden. Encumbered by a literal or figurative burden, having too much to deal with. Burdenness. The state or condition of being burdened. Burdener. One who burdens an oppressor. Burdeners. Plural of burdener. Burdiness. Second person singular simple presence indicative of burden. Burdina. Third person singular simple presence indicative of burden. Burdenful. Marked by burdens. Burdening. Present participle and gerund of burden. Burdenless. Without a burden. Burdenlessness. Freedom from burdens. Burdenless. Heavy, oppressive. Burdens. Plural of burden. Burdens of production. Plural of burden of production. Burdens of proof. Plural of burden of proof. Burdensome. Characteristic of a burden, arduous or demanding. Burdensomely. In a burdensome fashion. Burdensomeness. The state or quality of being burdensome. Ardos. A municipality of the province of Quezon, Philippines. Werder. A surname. Whereas. A cotton fabric. Burdets. Plural of burdet. Burdett. An English surname from French derived from the French surnames Burdette, Burdette, and back to Burdett. Burdette. A surname from French. Bird. A surname. Arges. Plural of burge. Burdick. A surname. Burdix. Plural of burdick. Artigalian. A subdivision of the Miocene epoch. Burdian. A surname from French. Burdians. Plural of birding. Whereas. A surname from French. Burdets. Plural of burdet. Burdizo. A castration device employing a large clamp designed to break the blood vessels leading into the testicles, causing testicular necrosis and deterioration. Burdizos. Plural of burdizo. Burdo. A surname. Burdock. Any of the species of biennial thistles in the genus Archaeum. Burdocks. Plural of burdock. Burden. A surname. Burden's Hotel. Whitecrust Street Prison, London, England. Burdens. Plural of burden. Burdos. Plural of burdo. Birds. Plural of bird. Birdsall. A surname. Burdur. A province in southwestern Turkey. Burdoan. Former name of Burdhaman, a city in West Bengal, India. Burdwan Division. A division of West Bengal, India. Vir. A river in Norfolk, England. Bureau. A surname from French. Bureau County. One of 102 counties in Illinois, United States. County seat. Princeton. Bureau de Change. A place where foreign currency can be exchanged. Bureau de Changes. Plural of Bureau de Change. Bureau Place. A flat writing desk. Bureaucracy. Dated form of bureaucracy. Bureaucracies. Plural of bureaucracy. Bureaucracy. Government by bureaus or their administrators or officers. Bureau. Bureaucrat, an official who is part of a bureaucracy. Bureaucrates, a style of language used by bureaucrats that involves jargon or euphemism to the detriment of broader understanding.
Les aubaines du vendredi fou sont en cours. Économisez jusqu'à 65% sur certains articles de cuisine.
Of or pertaining to bureaucracy or the actions of bureaucrats. Bureaucratic centralism, a set of principles of organization whereby power is centralized and subordinate bureaucrats must follow decisions and carry out orders made by their superiors. Bureaucratic inertia, the inevitable tendency of bureaucratic organizations to perpetuate their established procedures even if they are counterproductive or diametrically opposed to their set goals. Bureaucratic inertias, plural of bureaucratic inertia. Bureaucratical, synonym of bureaucratic. Bureaucratically, in a bureaucratic manner. Bureaucraty, alternative form of bureaucracy. Bureaucraties, plural of bureaucraty. Bureaucratization, alternative spelling of bureaucratization. Bureaucratizations, plural of bureaucratization. Bureaucratize, alternative form of bureaucratize. Bureaucratized, simple past and past participle of bureaucratize. Bureaucratizes, third person singular simple present indicative of bureaucratize. Bureaucratizing, present participle and gerund of bureaucratize. Bureaucratism, bureaucratic policies or behavior. Bureaucratisms, plural of bureaucratism. Bureaucratists, focused on or in favor of bureaucratic approaches. Bureaucratistic, characteristic of bureaucratism, bureaucratic. Bureaucratists, plural of bureaucratists. Bureaucratitis, excessive bureaucracy, red tape. Bureaucratization, the formation of or the conversion of something into a bureaucracy. Bureaucratizations, plural of bureaucratization. Bureaucratize, to bring under the control of a bureaucracy, to make bureaucratic. Bureaucratized, simple past and past participle of bureaucratize. Bureaucratizes, third person singular simple present indicative of bureaucratize. Bureaucratizing, present participle and gerund of bureaucratize. Bureaucrats, plural of bureaucrats. Bureaucrat speak, synonym of bureaucrates. Bureaucracies, plural of bureaucracy. Bureaucracy, pointless or illogical bureaucracy. Bureaugames, married literally or metaphorically to a bureaucracy. Bureaugamy, marriage literal or metaphorical to a bureaucracy. Bureaupathic, following bureaucracy to the point of harming business operations or upsetting customers. Bureaupathological, synonym of bureaupathic. Bureaupathology, harmful traits of a bureaucratic organization, such as inflexibility and impersonality. Bureaus, plural of bureau. Bureaus de change, plural of bureau de change. Bureaucracies, a psychological aversion to bureaucracies or bureaucratic behaviors, which are perceived to be impersonal and dehumanizing. Bureautic, bureaucratic. Bureautics, alternative form of bureautic. Bureau, plural of bureau. Bureau de change, plural of bureau de change. Bureauplats, plural of bureauplat. Burek, a surname. Burex, plural of burek. Buro, a coarse woolen cloth. Viral. A surname. Virel. Alternative form of pearl. Virels. Plural of virel. Virals. Plural of viral. Virals. Plural of viral. Buren. A city in Gelderland, Netherlands. Buprenorphine. Misspelling of buprenorphine. Buurk. A woman, sometimes one who is showily dressed. Buurks. Plural of Burek. Veris, a village in Bures Hamlet Parish, Braintree District, Essex, and Bures St Mary Parish, Baberg District, Suffolk, England. OS Grid Ref TL 9034. Bures Hamlet, a civil parish in Braintree District, Essex, England, serving the Essex half of Bures Village and its surrounding area. Bures St Mary, a civil parish in Baberg District, Suffolk, England, serving the Suffolk half of Bures Village and its surrounding area. Burish, a surname. Burishes, plural of Burish. Bureth, alternative spelling of Buret. Burets, plural of Buret. Bureth, a glass tube with fine gradations and a stopcock at the bottom, used in laboratory procedures for accurate fluid dispensing and titration. Burettes, plural of burette. Mervy, alternative form of barfy. Ervies, plural of burfy. Wervy, alternative form of barfy. Ervies, plural of burfy. Wervish, a spinozplectic gnath fish of the Atlantic coast of the United States, especially Chilomicturus geometricus, having the power of distending its body with water or air so as to resemble a chestnut burr. Orpheus, plural of burfish. Flower tree. The cadum. Werfluth, a surname. Werford, a surname. Werfords, plural of Burford. Burgundy wine. Werridge, a medieval tenure in stockage under which property in England and Scotland was held under the king or a lord of a town, and was maintained for yearly rent or for rendering an inferior service, not night service such as watching and warding. Artiges, plural of Burgage. Argales, of or related to Burgos, Spain. Arral, a cunner, a fish of species Tautogalabris adspersus. Arbals, plural of burral. Bergamot, archaic form of bergamot. Bergamots, plural of bergamot. Werda, a surname. Berganet, alternative form of berganet. Berganets, plural of berganet. Ardens, plural of bergen. Burgard, a surname. Burgards, plural of Burgard. Urdes, a city in eastern Bulgaria. Burgate Cross, a hamlet in Fordingbridge Parish, New Forest District, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 1516. Urda, a town, the county seat of Pender County, North Carolina, United States. Rerdor, a town in the Hanover region, Lower Saxony, Germany. Werdorf, plural of Bergdorf. A surname. Margie, a flag, usually a broad tapering pennant, often with the swallowtail flown by yachts to identify the owner's yacht club. Burgies, plural of Burgie. Burgener, a surname. Burgeners, plural of Burgener. Burgenland, the easternmost and least populous federal state of Austria. Erda, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Ardais, alternative spelling of bourgeois. Verdant. A bud, sprout, or shoot. Verdant. Simple past and past participle of burgeon. Verdantess. Second person singular simple present indicative of burgeon. Verdana. Third person singular simple present indicative of burgeon. Burgeoning. Present participle and gerund of burgeon. Burgeoningly. In a burgeoning manner. Burgeonings. Plural of burgeoning. Burdens. Plural of burgeon. Were. A stereotypical well-off Pakistani aspiring to a westernized lifestyle. Burger bar. A fast food restaurant and/or takeaway selling primarily hamburgers and similar dishes. Burger bars. Plural of burger bar. Burger bun. A sliced soft white bread roll in which a hamburger, cheeseburger, etc. is placed. Burger buns. Plural of burger bun. Burger burr. An event where hamburgers are grilled and served, often as a fundraiser or team building exercise. Burger flipper. A cook in a fast food restaurant. Burger flippers. Plural of burger flipper. Burger high life. A form of high life music developed by Ghanaian immigrants to Germany, influenced by disco and funk. Burger league. Major League Soccer, the MLS, the National Professional Soccer League in the United States. Burger menu. Synonym of hamburger menu. Burger menus. Plural of burger menu. Burger sauce. A sauce used on burgers, composed of ketchup, mayonnaise, relish, and sometimes other ingredients derived from Thousand Island dressing. Burger sauces. Plural of burger sauce. Burger steak. Hamburg steak. Burger flipper. Alternative form of burger flipper. Burger flippers. Plural of burger flipper. Argeria. Alternative form of burgery. Ardeyas. Plural of burgeria. Burgeries. Plural of burgery. Burgoyne. The United States of America. Burgerless. Without a burger or burgers. Burgerlicious. Delicious in a way that involves burgers. Burger-like. Resembling or characteristic of a burger. Burgermeister. Alternative form of Bürgermeister. Bürgermeister. Synonym of Burgermaster. Burgermeisters. Plural of Burgermeister. Bürgermeisters. Plural of Bürgermeister. Burgernomics. An informal measurement of the purchasing power parity between currencies based on the price of a Big Mac in various countries. Burgerology. The study of burgers. Burgers. Plural of burger. Burger's vector. A mathematical vector that represents the magnitude and direction of the distortion in a dislocation in a crystal lattice. Burgers vectors. Plural of burgers vector. Burgery. The governing body of burg or borough. Burgage. Burgess. A surname. Burgesson. A surname. Burgessens. Plural of Burgesson. Burgess. A surname transferred from the common noun. Burgess Hill. A town and civil parish with a town council in Mid-Sussex District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3119. Burgess Shale. A rock formation in the Canadian Rockies that contains very many fossils from the Cambrian period. Burgessship. The state or condition of being a burgess, citizenship. Burgessdom. The role or status of burgess. Burgesses. Plural of burgess. Burgesssham. Of or relating to Anthony Burgess John Anthony Burgess Wilson, 1917-1993, English writer and critic. Artises, plural of burgessi. Burgessi, citizenship. Ur, a surname from Czech. Urdits, plural of Burit. Ur, a surname. Urdits, plural of Burit. Wergraf, a surname from German. Wergrafs, plural of Burgraf. Wergrave, alternative form of Burgrave. Burgraves, plural of Burgrave. Burgravi, alternative form of Burgravine. Burgravies, plural of Burgravine. A topographical surname. From Anglo-Norman for someone who lived in a fortified place. Burg by Sands, a village and civil parish in Cumberland Council area, Cumbria, England, previously in City of Carlisle District OS Grid Ref NY 3259. Burg Castle, a village and civil parish in Great Yarmouth Borough, Norfolk, England OS Grid Ref TG 4805. Burg Heath, a settlement in Reigate and Banstead Borough, Surrey, England OS Grid Ref TQ 2457. Werg La Marche, a small town and civil parish with a town council in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England OS Grid Ref TF 5065. Burg of Barony, a burg in Scotland, distinct from royal burghs in being granted to a landowner who, as a tenant-in-chief, held his estates directly from the crown. Burg of Regality, a burg of barony, spiritual or temporal, enfranchised by crown charter, with regal or exclusive criminal jurisdiction within their own territories. Burdo, relating to a burg or borough. Burdart, a surname. Burdarts, plural of Burgart. Burgassen, a town in Alterding District, Bavaria, Germany. Burboth, a tax paid toward the building or repairing of castles or walls for the defense of a city or town. Werdfur, a village and civil parish in Basingstoke and Dean Borough, Hampshire, England OS Grid Ref SU 4761. Werded, a small coastal town in Moray Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NJ 1168. Rur, a member of a mixed-race ethnic group of Sri Lanka, consisting of descendants of European colonists and local people. Burgerdom, the role or status of burgher. Burgoet, the role or status of burgher. Urdui, befitting a burgher. Burgermaster, alternative form of burgomaster. Burgermasters, plural of burgomaster. Urders, plural of burgher. Burgership, the state of being a burgher, citizenship. Burville, a village and civil parish northwest of Hereford, Herefordshire, England OS Grid Ref SO 4744. Burgaster, a burgomaster. Burgmasters, plural of burgmaster. Birdmote, synonym of barmote. Birdmotes, plural of birdmote. Ars, plural of burr. Burgs of barony, plural of burg of barony. Burgs of regality, plural of burg of regality. Urdo, alternative form of bulgar. Virgin, a surname from Old French. Burgonat, rare spelling of burgonet. Burgonats, plural of burgonat. Burdens, plural of burgeon. Burdeaux, a surname from Italian. Burdeaux, plural of Burgeo. Warrior, pronunciation spelling of burger. Burgers, plural of burgier. Wordish, of, like, resembling, or typical of the burg, city-like. Burglar, a person who breaks into premises with the intent of committing theft. Burglar alarm, a warning device that is activated by trespassers intended to deter burglars. Burglar alarms, plural of burglar alarm. Burglar bar, any of a set of metal bars fitted over doors or windows to prevent breaking and entering. Burglar bars, plural of burglar bar. Burglar's wine, drugged or poisoned wine. Burglar proof, alternative form of burglar proof. Burglar, simple past and past participle of burglar. Burglary, one who is burgled. Burglaries, plural of burglary. Burglar, a burglar. Burglars, plural of burglar. Burglaries, plural of burglary. Burglaring, present participle and gerund of burglar. Burglarious, being or resembling a burglar. Burglariously, as a burglar in order to burgle. Burglarious, the state or quality of being burglarious. Burglarize, rare spelling of burglarize. Burglarize, simple past and past participle of burglarize. Burglarizer, alternative spelling of burglarizer. Burglarizers, plural of burglarizer. Burglarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of burglarize. Burglarizing, present participle and gerund of burglarize. Burglarize, to commit burglary. Burglarize, simple past and past participle of burglarize. Burglarizer, synonym of burglar. Burglarizers, plural of burglarizer. Burglarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of burglarize. Burglarizing, present participle and gerund of burglarize. Burglarious, of or related to a burglary. Burglariously, in a burglarious manner. Burglar proof, as secure as possible against burglary. Burglars, plural of burglar. Burglary, the crime of unlawfully breaking into a vehicle, house, store, or other enclosure with the intent to steal. Burglary tourism, travel to another country for the purpose of stealing from wealthy homes. Burglennen, a settlement in Grindelwald, Bern Canton, Switzerland. Burgle, to commit burglary. Burgle, simple past and past participle of burgle. Burglar, misspelling of burglar. Burgals, third person singular simple present indicative of burgle. Burgling, present participle and gerund of burgle. Burben, a surname from German. Burbens, plural of Burman. Burdo, a surname from the Latin form for someone who lived in a fortified place. Burgomaster, the mayor or head magistrate of a town in the Netherlands, Belgium, Germany, and certain other countries. Burgomasters, plural of burgomaster. Burgomastership, the role or status of a burgomaster. Burgomasterships, plural of burgomastership. Burgomaster, alternative spelling of burgomaster. Burgomisters, plural of burgomaster. Burgomistress, the wife of a burgomaster. Burgomistresses, plural of burgomistress. Burgonet, a light helmet worn by infantrymen, bearing a crest and hinged cheek pieces, but typically without a visor. Burgonets, plural of burgonet. Burgonian, obsolete form of Burgundian. Burgonians, plural of Burgonian. Argo, a dish which originated among seafarers during the days of sail, a sort of porridge seasoned with sugar, salt, and butter. Ardum, a village in Sandusky County, Ohio. Argos, plural of Burgu. Argos, a province in Castile and Leon, in northern Spain. Burgos Padlan, a barangay of San Carlos, Pangasinan, Philippines. Ardaf, alternative form of Burgu. Werde, a surname from Old French. Ardens, plural of Burgoy. Wergraf, alternative form of Burgrave. Wergrass, plural of Burgraf. Wergrass, any of various grasses of the genus Sancharis growing in sand and having burrs for fruit. Burgrasses, plural of burgrass. Wergrave, the military governor of a town or castle in the Middle Ages, especially in German-speaking Europe, a nobleman of the same status. Burgraves, plural of burgrave. Burgraves, the territory of a burgrave. Burgraviates, plural of burgraviate. Burgravi, the wife of a burgrave. Burgravies, plural of burgravi. Ars, plural of bur. Burgino, a surname. Burginos, plural of Burgino. Burdo, a surname. Burgundian, a native or inhabitant of Burgundy, or a person descended from natives of Burgundy. Burgundian system, a fictional accelerationist political ideology in the New Order, The Last Days of Europe, a mod for the 2016 video game Hearts of Iron Roman 4, arguing that Nazism did not go far enough to ensure white supremacy and that nuclear annihilation must occur to repopulate the world with white people. Burgundian system, alternative lettercase form of Burgundian system. Burgundians, plural of Burgundian. Burgundies, plural of Burgundy. Burgundy, a historical region and former administrative region of France, since 2016 part of the administrative region of Bourgogne-Franche-Comté. Burgundy mixture, a mixture of copper sulfate and sodium carbonate, used as a fungicidal spray for trees and small fruits. Burgundy pitch, a yellowish-brown resinous substance prepared from the exudation of the Norway spruce by melting in hot water and straining through cloth. It was formerly used in medicinal plasters. Burgundy pitches, plural of Burgundy pitch. Burgundish, somewhat Burgundian color. Herbal, a hill fort, a walled fortification. Burgwalls, plural of burg wall. What? A fortified dwelling place belonging to a king or noble, a prehistoric fort. A male given name from Arabic. Rured, any plant in genus Echinodorus. Orads, plural of bird head. Ahal, archaic spelling of barrel. Bahaus, plural of bahal. Borine, any bird in the family Borinidae, the stone curlews and thick knees. Borinids, plural of borinid. Au, a small island northwest of Alderney that is part of the Channel Islands. Us, plural of ba. Mary, a surname from German. Berry ram, alternative spelling of Bararam. Al, able to be or designed to be buried. Al, the act of burying, interment, placing remains into the earth. Al case, a form of coffin, usually of iron, made to close airtight for the preservation of a dead body. Burial cases, plural of burial case. Burial chamber, a chamber, often below ground level, used to bury the remains of the dead. And stones raised over a grave or graves. Burial mounds, plural of burial mound. Burial place, a location of interment. Burial societies, plural of burial society. Burial society, a form of friendly society that exists to cover funeral expenses. Burial place, alternative form of burial place. Eho, obsolete spelling of burial. Eos, plural of burial. Burial place, alternative form of burial place. Ios, plural of burial. Marian, a surname. Marians, plural of Barian. Varias, one of the 3 major islands of the province of Masbate. From, of, or pertaining to, Bariatia. Alternative spelling of Bariatia, a republic and federal subject in southeast Russia. Ayats, plural of Bayat. Beric, a surname from Serbo-Croatian. Beriches, plural of Beric. Ber, alternative form of Björk. Berix, plural of Barrack. Baradin, a surname from French. Baradin formula. In quantified modal logic, the formula xfx write xfx, meaning if possibly everything is f, then everything is possibly f. Baradin's ass. Alternative spelling of Baradin's ass, the hypothetical donkey who is the subject of a philosophical paradox concerning choices of equal value. Baradin's ass. The hypothetical donkey who is placed precisely midway between 2 sources of food or water. Baradin's asses, plural of Baradin's ass. Baradin's bridge, a self-referential paradox involving a proposition pronounced about an event that might or might not happen in the future. Socrates wishes to cross a bridge guarded by Plato, who says that if the next proposition Socrates utters is true, Socrates will be permitted to cross, but otherwise he will be thrown into the water. Socrates replies, "You will throw me into the water." Plato is then in a paradoxical situation regarding how to treat Socrates. Baradin's donkey, synonym of Baradin's ass. Baradanian, of or relating to the 14th century French philosopher Jean Baradin. Barry, obsolete spelling of bury. Buried, placed in a grave at a burial. Buried one's head in the sand. Simple past and past participle of bury one's head in the sand. Buried the hatchet. Simple past and past participle of bury the hatchet. Bury the lead. Simple past and past participle of bury the lead. Bury the lead. Simple past and past participle of bury the lead. Buried treasure. Treasure stashed underground or underwater. Buried treasures, plural of buried treasure. Buried valley, an ancient river or stream valley that has been filled with glacial or unconsolidated sediment. Buried valleys, plural of buried valley. Muriel, a city in Washington. One who buries. Buries, plural of barrier. Buries, third person singular simple present indicative of bury. Buries one's head in the sand. Third person singular simple present indicative of bury one's head in the sand. Buries the hatchet. Third person singular simple present indicative of bury the hatchet. Buries the lead. Third person singular simple present indicative of bury the lead. Buries the lead. Third person singular simple present indicative of bury the lead. Is second person singular simple present indicative of bury. Maria. Third person singular simple present indicative of bury. Viriko. An adult woman who behaves childishly, especially a Japanese woman or a woman involved with Japanese culture. Derilamare. A village and commune of Mehedinti County, Romania. Verimamide. A thiourea derivative that acts as an antagonist at the H2 and H3 histamine receptors and whose discovery ultimately led to the development of cytidine. Veri. A town in Newfoundland and Labrador. Baronade. To make a baron from a flint. Baronated. Simple past and past participle of baronate. Baronation. A mark made as if with a baron. Baronations. Plural of baronation. Baroness. One who engraves with a baron. Baronists. Plural of baroness. Barons. Plural of baron. Maria. A red-breasted house sparrow of California, Hemorrhus mexicanus, formerly Carpodacus mexicanus, Carpodacus frontales. Marians. Plural of Barian. Birem. A province of Thailand. Veris. Plural of berry. Veridi. The Morch palm. Veritas. Plural of veridi. Raritan. A village and civil parish in East Hampshire District, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 7320. Burj Khalifa. A skyscraper in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, and the world's tallest structure. Rurdanadz. A transliteration of the Georgian surname Bujanadze BUR letter 1EFANASE. Urgi. A Cushitic language spoken in southern Ethiopia. Urta. A commune of Hunedoara County, Romania. Varf. A surname. Burk Faso. Abbreviation of Burkina Faso. Burka. Alternative form of burqa. Burgad. Dressed in a burqa. Burgard. A surname from German, variant of Burkhardt. Burkhardt. A surname. Burkharts. Plural of Burkhardt. Burkas. Plural of Burka. Burgavidin. A biotin-binding protein present in Burkholderia. Marf. A topographical surname from Anglo-Norman for someone who lived in a fortified place. Burke County. A county of Georgia, United States. County seat, Waynesboro. Burke's Barrage. A pattern involving juggling 3 or more props whilst crossing and uncrossing one's arms. Burkian. Of or relating to Edmund Burke 1729-1797, Irish statesman, author, orator, political theorist, and philosopher, remembered for his support of the cause of the American revolutionaries and for his later opposition to the French Revolution. Burke. Simple past and past participle of Burke. Burki. A surname. Burkians. Plural of Burkine. Burkate. An evaporite consisting of mixture of sodium carbonate and sodium sulfate with the chemical formula NaCO found at Searles Lake, California. Burkal. A surname from German. Burkals. Plural of BACkl. Burker. One who burks, one who murders in order to sell the body to an anatomist, surgeon, etc. Burgers. Plural of Burker. Burkert. A surname. Burkerts. Plural of Burkert. Barks. plural of Burke. Burkesville, a city, the county seat of Cumberland County, Kentucky, United States. Burkett, a surname. Burketts, plural of Burkett. Work, a surname. Burketts, plural of Burkett. Bergie, a surname. Bergies, plural of Berkey. Burka, alternative spelling of Burka. Burkhalter, a surname. Burkhammer, a surname from German. Burkhammers, plural of Burkhammer. Burkanism, a indigenous new religious movement of the Altai Republic. Burkhord, a surname from German. Burkas, plural of Burka. Burkhead, a surname. Burkheads, plural of Burkhead. Burkholder, a surname. Burkholderio, relating to Protobacteria of the genus Burkholderia. Burkholders, plural of Burkholder. Burkian, alternative form of Burkian. Burkina, ellipsis of Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso, a country in West Africa, formerly Upper Volta, official name Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso, of or from Burkina Faso. Burkina Fasons, plural of Burkina Faso. Burkinabe, a person from Burkina Faso or of Burkinabe descent. Burkinabe, alternative spelling of Burkinabe. Burkinabes, plural of Burkinabe. Burkinese, in, of, or otherwise relating to Burkina Faso, the former Upper Volta, or its citizens. Burking, present participle and gerund of Burke. Burkini, alternative spelling of Burkini. Burkines, plural of Burkini. Burkins, a surname. Burkinses, plural of Burkins. Birkinshaw, a surname. Birkinshaws, plural of Birkinshaw. Burkism, murder for the purpose of selling the body for dissection. Burkite, a resurrection man. Burkites, plural of Burkite. Burkett, a surname. Burkitt lymphoma, synonym of Burkitt's lymphoma. Burkitt lymphomas, plural of Burkitt lymphoma. Burkitt's lymphoma, a cancer of the lymphatic system, particularly B lymphocytes found in the germinal center. Burkitt's lymphomas, plural of Burkitt's lymphoma. Burkitt's lymphomata, plural of Burkitt's lymphoma. Burko, a surname. Burkos, plural of Burkle. Berkeley, a surname. Berkeleys, plural of Berkeley. Berklow, a surname from German. Berklows, plural of Berklow. Berklun, a surname. Berkluns, plural of Berklun. Berkman, a surname. Berkmans, plural of Berkman. Barks, a surname. Birkendaus, alternative form of Birkendas. Birkendazos, plural of Birkendaws. Birkendaz, an armed guard or watchman. Birkendazes, plural of Birkendaz. Birkendas, alternative form of Birkendaz. Birkendasses, plural of Birkendas. Birkwood viburnum, Viburnum tens Birkwoodii, a hybrid flowering plant that is a cross between V. carlesii and V. utile. Birkwood viburnums, plural of Birkwood viburnum. Urgi, a surname. A surname. Burladero, a protective barrier behind which people in the bullring protect themselves from the bull. Burladeros, plural of burladero. Formerly in Russia, a man employed in dragging barges or ships upstream. Burlaki, plural of burlak. Burlaks, plural of burlak. Burland, a village in Burland and Acton Parish, Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 6153. Burland and Acton, a civil parish in Cheshire East, Cheshire, England, which includes the named places. Burlap, a very strong, coarse cloth made from jute, flax, or hemp and used to make sacks, etc. Burlap bag, a large bag woven from burlap. Burlap bags, plural of burlap bag. Burlap, containing burlap. Burlatte, present participle and gerund of burlap. Burlati, resembling or characteristic of burlap. Burlaps, plural of burlap. Burlap, obsolete form of bylaw. Burlesque, plural of burlaw. Burlesque, burlesque adult entertainment show. Burl, simple past and past participle of burl. Burley, any various towns in the English-speaking world. Burley County, one of 53 counties in North Dakota, United States. County seat, Bismarck. Burler, someone who burls removes knots from cloth. Burlers, plural of burler. Burles, a surname. Burlescombe, a village and civil parish in Mid-Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SD 0716. Burlesque, obsolete form of burlesque. Burlesques, plural of burlesque. Burleson, a surname. Burleson County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Caldwell. Burlesque, parodical, parodic. Burlesque, simple past and past participle of burlesque. Burlesquely, in a burlesque manner. Burlesqueness, the state or quality of being burlesque. Burlesquer, a burlesque performer. Burlesqueries, plural of burlesquerie. Burlesquers, plural of burlesquer. Burlesquerie, that which is burlesque, a parody. Burlesques, plural of burlesque. Burlesquing, present participle and gerund of burlesque. Burlesquings, plural of burlesquing. Burletta, a comic operetta, a musical farce. Burlettes, plural of burletta. Burlette, plural of burletta. Burlo, a surname. Burlos, plural of burlu. Burly, a surname. Burley in Wharfedale, a large village in Burley Parish, Metropolitan Borough of Bradford, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 1646. Burlicue, alternative form of burlicue. Burleys, plural of burly. Burlicue, alternative form of burlicue. Arwe, comparative form of burly, more burly. Arweist, superlative form of burly, most burly. Burlite, resembling or characteristic of a burr. Burly, in a burly manner. Burle, drunk, intoxicated. Burliness, The characteristic of being burly. Burly. A surname. Burlingame. A surname. Burlingamer. Someone from or residing in the city of Burlingame in San Mateo County, California, United States. Burlingamers. Plural of Burlingamer. Burlingames. Plural of Burlingame. Burlingham. A place name. Burlingham. Plural of Burlingham. Burlingja. A hamlet in Old Radnor Community, Powys, Wales, Westgrid Refso 2558. Burlings. Plural of Burling. Burlington. A town in Newfoundland, Newfoundland and Labrador. Burlington Birdie. Gambling odds of 10/3 or 100 to 30. Burlington Bun. A jelly donut. Burlington Buns. Plural of Burlington Bun. Burlington County. One of 21 counties in New Jersey, United States. County seat. Mount Holly. Burlington Plattsburgh, Montreal. A United States media market found in northern Vermont and northern New York, where advertising prices also include the broadcast reach into Canada for those stations, especially the metropolis of Montreal, found just to the north following the Richelieu River running out of Lake Champlain. Berlinskoye, a Salt Lake in Altai Krai, Russia. Burleson, a surname. Burlesons. Plural of Burleson. Burles, plural of burl. Burlwood. Burley type of wood on a tree. Burley. Large, well-built, and muscular. Burleywood. A brown sandy color of RGB hexadecimal value #DB 887. A country in Southeast Asia. Official name. Republic of the Union of Myanmar. Capital. Naypyidaw. Officially known as Myanmar. Burma Road. An important military supply route. Burma. Archaic form of Burma. Burma Road. A street in Georgetown, Penang, Malaysia. Burma. Of or relating to the principal Burmese-speaking ethnic group of Myanmar. Urbanization. The process of Burmanizing, adaptation to Burman cultural norms. Burmanize. To make Burman. Burmanize. Simple past and past participle of Burmanize. Burmanizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of Burmanize. Burmanizing. Present participle and gerund of Burmanize. Burmaniaceous. Belonging to the family Burmanaceae. Burmans. Plural of Burman. Burmaster. A surname from German. Burmasters. Plural of Burmaster. Burmeister. A surname from German. Burmeisters. Plural of Burmeister. Burmese. Of or relating to Burma, Myanmar, or its people or language. Burmese boxing. Lesway. Burmese caste. Alternative form of Burmese. Burmese cats. Plural of Burmese cats. Burmese python. Python bivittedus, a large python native to Southeast Asia and invasive in Florida. Burmese pythons. Plural of Burmese python. Burmese rosewood. Dalbergia oliveri, a Southeast Asian tree, and its wood, valuable for its red lumber used in ornamental work including woodturning and furniture. The sapwood is yellowish-white with dark brown heartwood. The heartwood is very hard and heavy. Burmese rosewoods. Plural of Burmese rosewood. Burmese snub-nosed monkey. Synonym of Myanmar snub-nosed monkey. Burmese snub-nosed monkeys. Plural of Burmese snub-nosed monkey. Burmese star tortoise. The tortoise Geochelon platanota. Burmese star tortoises. Plural of Burmese star tortoise. Burmeseness. Quality of being Burmese. Burmester. A surname. Burmesters. Plural of Burmester. Burmit. A branch of the Sino-Tibetan family of languages distantly related to Tibetan and spoken in East Asia over the borders of Burma, including dialects of the Burmese Lolo-Burmish subgroup including Burmese and the Kachin subgroup. Burmilla. A medium-sized short-haired domestic cat breed originating in Great Britain. Burmillas. Plural of Burmilla. Burbish. Belonging or relating to a language family that includes Burmese, Arakanese, and other Burmese dialects. Burmo. Murma, Burmese. Mur. A village and civil parish in Selby District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 5928. Burn a hole in someone's pocket. To cause someone to spend money or be tempted to spend money. Burn away. To remove or be removed by burning. Burn bag. A bag for securely holding sensitive or classified documents which are to be destroyed by fire or pulping after a certain period of time. Burn bags. Plural of burn bag. Burn barrel. A large metal container in which waste materials are disposed of by burning. Burn barrels. Plural of burn barrel. Burn book. A book for writing unpleasant information about others. Burn books. Plural of burn book. Worm bread. To cause something unfortunate to happen to someone by mentioning it. To jinx something for someone. Burn bridge. A village in Pannell and Burn Bridge Parish, Harrogate District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 3051. Burn building. A structure built to be set on fire to train firefighters. Burn buildings. Plural of burn building. Burn center. A hospital specializing in the treatment of burns. Burn centers. Plural of burn center. Burn coal. Of a non-black person, usually a female, to seek sexual relationships with black people, usually men. Burn daylight. To use artificial light during the daytime when one could simply use the sunlight. Burn down. To cause a structure to burn to nothing. Burn in. To eat into as fire. Burn in hell. An expression of anger and contempt directed at someone, especially after that individual has committed a very serious crime or transgression. Burnaise. A residential and industrial area in Thornton, Fylde Borough, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 3343. Burn notice. An announcement of dismissal of an agent or source which an intelligence agency considers to have become unreliable. Burn notices. Plural of burn notice. Burn off. To dissipate as the result of heat. Burn one down. To smoke a joint cannabis cigarette. Burn one's boats. To cut oneself off from all chance of retreat. To stake everything on success. Burn one's bridges. To destroy one's path, connections, reputation, opportunities, etc., particularly intentionally. Burn one's candle at both ends. Alternative form of burn the candle at both ends. Burn one's fingers. To harm oneself. To suffer consequences of one's actions. Burn one's toes. To cause inconvenience. To spoil someone's fun or enjoyment of something. Burn out. To destroy by fire. Burn pavement. To drive on pavement at high speed.
Where is
Burn
grab some
phone.
popcorn?
A cell phone purchased anonymously with cash, used for only
There
a
it
short
is.
time and then discarded, usually used as a means of conducting illegal business or
Oh
harassment.
my god, why is
without
my
being
restore
traceable to
my
the
left
purchaser.
one? I'm putting this with my right
Burn
hand.
phone. Plural of burn phone. Burn pit. an open-air pit where waste is burned. Long-term exposure to its smoke is associated with health problems. Burn pits, plural of
There's a
burn
cricket
pit.
There's an
Burn rate,
explainer for every
the speed
sport,
at
bro.
which a resource, especially cash, is consumed. Burn rates, plural of burn rate. Burn rubber, to accelerate so rapidly from standstill that it leaves a mark of burned rubber on the road from the tire. Burn someone at the stake, to execute someone by tying them to a post and setting a fire beneath them. Burn someone's ass, to irritate, bother, grind one's gears. Burn someone's ears, to cause blushing of someone's ears due to strong embarrassment. Burn that bridge when one comes to it, to anticipate dealing with the problem or situation
I hate you.
either by acting in a manner that alienates or cuts
You,
ties with others,
cataclysm.
or merely with the expectation
Not
of
anyone in chat.
encountering trouble.
Cataclysm.
Burn
Cataclysm,
the candle
cataclysm,
at both
cataclysm.
ends. To work hard night and
You've got
day,
me nothing
to
but pain.
sleep late and wake up early,
And
to
suffer.
overwork or overexert oneself.
Hold up a sec.
Burn the coal. Alternative form of burn coal. Burn the coal,
It was
pay the
just a-
toll. Used to admonish white women who have sexual relationships with black men. Burn the midnight oil.
656.
To work studiously,
Now it
especially
should
late
be
into the night.
higher.
Burn the roof.
Okay.
To
I'm just
experience a
tripping.
great time enjoying and dancing.
Anyways, yeah, I
to
hate
music in
you,
a dance hall
Cataclysm.
or
Cataclysm, you've got me
nightclub.
nothing but pain. I hate you.
Burn the
I hate you
water.
for all time.
To spear salmon by torchlight. Burn through. To use up in a hasty or destructive manner. Burn time. The amount of time in which the propellant charge of a rocket engine is completely consumed. Burn time. Plural of burn time. Burn to a crisp. To burn usually, food very severely. Burn unit. Synonym of burn center. Burn units. Plural of burn unit. Burn up. To catch fire and burn until destroyed. Burn ups. Plural of burn up. Word. Simple past and past participle of burn. Burn. Big. Burn. Used to express a sense of satisfaction or schadenfreude at seeing an enemy or rival in pain as a form of payback or retribution for their
Oh, what do I
past
do?
wrongs
What do
or
I
mistakes.
do?
Verbated. Simple past and past participle of burn beat. Burn beat. To prepare land for agricultural use by burning the topsoil, used especially on sour or wet soil. Burn clearing. Slash and burn technique in agriculture where plant matter is roughly cut down and then burned over to prepare fields for the next crop. Burn in. The process by which components
how
of a
is
system
versus
are
not even
exercised
over,
prior
bro,
to being
like-
placed in service and sometimes before assembly, forcing certain failures to occur under supervised conditions. Burn out. Alternative spelling of burnout.
If it ever did come out.
Burnouts. Plural of burn out. Burn the wind. A blacksmith. Burn up. Alternative form of burnout. Burn ups. Plural of burn up. Burnabilities. Plural of burnability. Burnability. The quality or degree of being burnable. Burnable. Able to be burned, combustible. Burnables. Plural of burnable. Burnaby. A city in British Columbia, Canada. Burish. A suburb in the metropolitan borough of Manchester.
Insane
Greater
game,
Manchester,
gaming,
England,
gaming
OS
leaks.
SJ 8692.
Gaming leaks. One of
Burn
their
up.
latest gaming
The
leaks
surname.
is this one. Jeffrey
Burn
Epstein
up.
will not be added in the next Minecraft
Plural
update.
of
They also
burn up.
leaked that the next video
Burn
game
out.
will let you
A
do
male
things. They
given
said that
name.
Steam will be offering
Burn
video
out.
games in
A
exchange
surname.
for money, and they also recently
Burnaston.
leaked that Mozart
A
has
village
no
and
plans
civil
to
parish in
combust
South
music for the next
Derbyshire
Mario
district,
game. This one really
Derbyshire,
sucked.
England,
I really
OS
thought
Grid
it
Ref
was
SK
Anyway, Jeff, I highly recommend that
2832.
game because, I mean, how else are you
Learn that.
supposed to know if the
A
next
northern
video game
suburb
will
of the
let you
town
do
of
things or not?
Hamilton, South
One of my
Lanarkshire
favorite
Council
accounts
area,
on the internet
Scotland,
by far has
OS
to be
Grid
this
Ref
one,
NS
which is Gaming Leaks. One of
7056.
their latest gaming leaks
Where? A village in Peyton Parish, East Riding of Yorkshire, England, OS Grid Ref SC 8346. Burden. A southern suburb of Bolton, Greater Manchester, England, OS Grid Ref SD 7207. Burn down. The use of a herbicide to destroy existing foliage. Burn down. Plural of burn down. Burglary. A surname.
Let's go this.
A surname. Where damaged or consumed by heat, fire, oxidation, or similar process. Burned a hole in someone's pocket. Simple past and past participle of burn a hole in someone's pocket. Burned away. Simple past and past participle of burn away. Burned bread. Simple past and past participle of burn bread. Burned coal. Simple past and past participle of burn coal. Burned daylight. Simple past of burn daylight. Burned down. Simple past of burn down.
Let's go with weakness. The cake may be a lie, but I don't care. The three left are strength, durability, and speed.
Burned in.
Let's see what happens.
Simple past and past participle of burn in.
Durability.
Burn
Why
off.
don't I get the direct
Simple past and past participle of burn off. Burn one down.
I guess
Simple
speed.
past
And
and past
finally,
participle of burn one down.
strong.
Burn one's bridges.
I'm not sure.
Simple past and past participle of burn one's bridges. Burned one's fingers. Simple past and past participle of burn one's fingers. Burned one's toes. Simple past and past participle of burn one's toes. Burned out. Simple past of burn out. Burned pavement. Simple past and past participle of burn pavement. Burned rubber. Simple past and past participle of burn rubber. Burned someone at the stake. Simple past and past participle of burn someone at the stake. Burned someone's ass. Simple past and past participle of burn someone's ass. Burned someone's ears. Simple past and past participle of burn someone's ears. Burned that bridge when one came to it. Simple past and past participle of burn that bridge when one comes to it. Burned the candle at both ends. Simple past and past participle of burn the candle at both ends. Burned the coal. Simple past and past participle of burn the coal. Burned the midnight oil. Simple past and past participle of burn the midnight oil. Burnt a roof. Simple past and past participle of burn the roof. Burned the water. Simple past and past participle of burn the water. Burned through. Simple past and past participle of burn through. Burned time. Simple past and past participle of burn time. Burned up. Simple past and past participle of burn up. Burned over district. A nickname for portions of western New York State, where there was much religious fervor during the Second Great Awakening. Burned over district. Alternative letter case form of burned over district. Burnets. Second person singular simple past indicative of burn. Burnell. A surname. Burner. A participant in the Burning Man Festival. Burner account. An anonymous account typically on a social media website used temporarily for activities that the user does not desire to have tied to their main account. Burner accounts. Plural of burner account. Burner phone. Alternative form of burn phone. Burner phones. Plural of burner phone. Burnerless. Without a burner. Burners. Plural of burner. Burneside. A village in Strickland Kettle Parish and Strickland Roger Parish, South Lakeland District, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref SD 5095. Burness. Second person singular simple present indicative of burn. Bur. A surname. Burnett County. One of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat. Burnett. Burnett Ma. a zygonid moth with crimson spots on the wings. Burnet moths, plural of burnet moth. Burnet rose, a wild rose native to coastal areas of Europe and northwestern Africa, Rosa pimpinelifolia. Burnet roses, plural of burnet rose. Burnet saxifrage, Pimpinella saxifraga, a plant of the family Apiaceae. Burna, third person singular simple present indicative of burn. Bernicheamorph, any therapsid of the clade Bernicheamorpha. Bernicheamars, plural of Bernicheamorph. Bernit, any member of the family Bernitae. Bernitis, plural of Bernitae. Bernets, plural of Burnet. Burret, a surname from Old French. Burnet County, one of 72 counties in Wisconsin, United States. County seat, Siren. Burnet salmon, synonym of Australian lungfish. Burdeth, a surname from Old French. Burmets, plural of Burnet. Burnetchen, of or relating to Francis Hodgson Burnet 1849-1924, Anglo-American novelist and playwright. Burnetize, to subject wood, fabrics, etc. to a process of saturation in a solution of zinc chloride to prevent decay. Burnetize, simple past and past participle of burnetize. Burnetizes, third person singular simple present indicative of burnetize. Burnetizing, present participle and gerund of burnetize. Burnie, a surname from Anglo-Norman. Burnfire, a bonfire. Burnfires, plural of burnfire. Birdford, a surname. Birdfords, plural of Burnford. Birdolow, a hamlet in St. Mewan Parish and St. Stephen and Brannel Parish, near St. Austell, Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SW 9852. Werno, a place name. Wernham Green, a small village in Datchworth Parish, East Hertfordshire District, Hertfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 2616. Burnham Legarda, alternative form of Legarda Burnham Kissad. Burnham Market, a village and civil parish in Kings Lynn and West Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TF 8342. Burnham Norton, a village and civil parish of Norfolk, England. Burnham over Wye, a civil parish in Kings Lynn and West Norfolk District, Norfolk, England, which includes the settlements of Burnham over Wye Staithe and Burnham over Wye Town. Burnham Thorpe, a village and civil parish in Kings Lynn and West Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TF 8541. Burnham on Grouch, a town and civil parish with a town council in Malden District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 9595. Burnham-on-Sea, a town in Burnham-on-Sea and Highbridge Parish, Sedgemoor District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 3049. Burnham-on-Sea and Highbridge, a civil parish with a town council.
Whatever, I kind of have to play though because I want to be good at video games.
Sedgemoor District. Burnham, plural of Burnham. Bernie, a surname. Barney's, plural of Bernie. Burning, pronunciation, spelling of burning. Burdinate, to destroy by fire, to burn. Burdinated, simple past and past participle of burninate. Burdinates, third person singular simple present indicative of burninate. Burdinating, present participle and gerund of burninate. Burnination, an instance of intense burning, conflict. Indicative of burning. Present participle and gerund of burn. Burning a hole in someone's pocket. Present participle of burn a hole in someone's pocket. Burning away. Present participle and gerund of burn away.
Burning a hole in
Burning
someone's
bar.
pocket.
A
Present
thermal
participle
lamp.
of burn a hole in
Burning
someone's
bars.
pocket.
Plural of
Burning
burning
away.
bar.
Present participle
Burning bread.
and gerund of burn
Present
away.
participle and gerund of
Burning
burn
bar.
bread.
A thermal
Burning
lamp.
bush. A biblical
Burning
object
bars.
described in
Plural of
Exodus
burning bar.
3:1-22,
Burning bread.
used by
Present
Yahweh to
participle
communicate
and
with
gerund of burn
Moses.
bread.
Burning bushes.
Burning bush.
Plural
A
of
biblical
burning
object
bush.
described in Exodus
Burning coal.
3:1-22,
Present participle and
used by
gerund of
Yahweh
burn
to communicate
coal.
with Moses.
Burning daylight.
Burning bushes.
Present participle and
burning
gerund
bush.
of burn daylight.
Burning coal. Present participle and gerund of burn coal. Burning daylight. Present participle.
Burning down.
Gerund of burn daylight.
Present participle and gerund of burn down.
Present participle.
Burning heat
gerund of
syndrome.
burn down.
A medical condition,
Burning heat
either
syndrome.
inherited or
A
caused by
medical
pressure on the
condition,
nerves,
either
that
inherited or
causes
caused
severe
by
burning
pressure
and
on the
aching of the
nerves,
feet,
that causes severe burning and
hyperesthesia,
aching of the
and
feet,
vasomotor changes leading to excessive sweating.
vasomotor changes leading to
Burning
excessive
glass.
sweating.
A large convex
Burning
lens
glass.
or concave
A
mirror
large
that can
convex
concentrate
lens
the
or
sun's
concave
rays
mirror that
onto a
can
small
concentrate the
area,
sun's rays
heating up
onto
the
a
area,
small
and thus
area,
resulting in
heating up
ignition
the
of the
area,
exposed
thus
surface.
resulting in ignition of the
Burning
exposed
glasses.
surface.
Plural of burning
Burning
glass.
glasses. Plural
Burning
of
hot.
burning glass.
Extremely hot.
Burning hot.
Burning
Extremely
house.
hot.
The furnace in which
Burning
tin
house.
ores are
The
calcined.
furnace in which
To
tin
sublime
ores are
sulfur
calcined.
and
To
arsenic from
sublime sulfur
pyrites.
and arsenic from the
Burning
pyrites.
houses.
Burning
Plural
houses.
of burning house.
Plural of burning house.
Burning in. Present
Burning in.
participle and
Present
gerund of burn in.
participle and gerund of burn in.
Burning index.
Burning
A number
index.
describing the potential amount of effort needed to contain a single fire of a particular fuel type within a certain area. Burning lens.
Burning lens.
A large convex lens or
convex
concave
lens or
mirror that
concave
can
mirror
concentrate
that
the
can
sun's
concentrate
rays
the sun's
onto a
rays
small
onto a
area,
small area, heating up
the area, and thus resulting in ignition of the exposed surface. Burning lenses. Plural of burning lens. Burning Man, an event held annually in the western United States, focused on unity, art, self-expression, and self-reliance. Burning mirror, a concave mirror for producing heat by concentrating the sun's rays. Burning mirrors, plural of burning mirror. Burning mouth syndrome, synonym of glossidinia. Burning nuclear plasma, a plasma undergoing nuclear fusion where the amount of fusion reactions is sufficient to produce enough energy to maintain the temperature of the plasma at a level necessary for further fusion processes. Burning nuclear plasmas, plural of burning nuclear plasma. Burning off, present participle and gerund of burn off. Burning one down, present participle and gerund of burn one down. Burning one's bridges, present participle and gerund of burn one's bridges. Burning one's toes, present participle and gerund of burn one's toes.
Burning out. Present participle and gerund of burn out. Burning pavement.
Burning out,
Present
present participle and gerund of
burn
burn out. Burning pavement, present participle and gerund of burn pavement. Burning plasma, abbreviation of burning nuclear plasma. Burning plasmas, plural of burning plasma. Burning question, an important and pertinent question that urgently requires an answer. Burning questions, plural of burning question. Burning rubber, present participle and gerund of burn rubber. Burning someone at the stake, present participle and gerund of burn someone at the stake. Burning someone's ass, present participle and gerund of burn someone's ass. Burning someone's ears, present participle and gerund of burn someone's ears. Burning that bridge when one comes to it, present participle and gerund of burn that bridge when one comes to it. Burning the candle at both ends, present participle and gerund of burn the candle at both ends. Burning the coal, present participle and gerund of burn the coal. Burning the midnight oil, present participle and gerund of burn the midnight oil. Burning the roof, present participle of burn the roof. Burning the water, present participle of burn the water. Burning through, present participle and gerund of burn through. Burning time, present participle of burn time. Burning times. The idea of persecution and execution of suspected witches often incorrectly expanded to include the early and high Middle Ages. Burning tongue syndrome. Glossodynia of the tongue. Burning up. Present participle and gerund of burn up. Burning ghat. A flat area near the top of a river ghat where Hindus burn their dead. A funeral pyre. Burning ghats. Plural of burning gas. Burning glass. A magnifying lens as used to focus sunlight onto an object. Burning glasses. Plural of burning glass. Burning bush. Alternative form of burning bush. Burdingnem. A surname. Burningham's. Plural of Birmingham. Burningly. In a burning manner. Burningness. The property of burning or seeming to burn. Burnings. Plural of burning. Burdish. To make something, such as a surface bright, shiny, and smooth by, or by extension as if by, rubbing, to polish, to shine. Burdish. Simple past and past participle of burnish. Burnisher. A tool used to burnish, for making smooth and shiny by rubbing. Burnishers. Plural of burnisher. Burnishes. Third person singular simple present indicative of burnish. Burnishes. Archaic second person singular simple present indicative of burnish. Burnisha. Third person singular simple present indicative of burnish. Burnishing. Present participle and gerund of burnish. Burnishings. Plural of burnishing. Burnishment. Burnishing. Burnishments. Plural of burnishment. Burnished. Obsolete form of burnished. Burniston. A village and civil parish in Scarborough District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref TA 0193. Burnestons. Plural of Burneston. Burnlet. A small burn stream. Burnlets. Plural of Burnlet. Barnley. A market town in Lancashire, England. Burnlight. Resembling or characteristic of a burn. Burma. A coastal village in Berwickshire, Scottish Borders Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NT 9560. Bardoff. The act or process of burning off. Bardas. Plural of burn off. Bardominia. Enthusiasm for the Scottish poet Robert Burns 1759-1796. Artist. A thick-hooded cloak worn by Berbers and Arabs in northwest Africa. Armis. Dressed in a burnous. Armises. Plural of burners. Arnapil. A village in North County Durham, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 1756. Aro. A cape with a hood made of wool of Algerian origin, used as a baby garment, popular with French mothers from the early 20th century through the 1960s. Arnas. Alternative spelling of burnous. Burnous. Alternative spelling of burnous. Burnouses. Plural of burnous. Burnout. The experience of long-term exhaustion and diminished interest, especially in one's career. Burnouts. Plural of burnout. Burnover. The situation in which a fire overtakes the firefighters who are attempting to deal with it. Burnovers. Plural of burnover. Burnproof. Resistant to burning. Baris. A surname. Burns a hole in someone's pocket. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn a hole in someone's pocket. Burns away. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn away. Burns bread. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn bread. Burns coal. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn coal. Burns daylight. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn daylight. Burns dinner. The traditional dinner served on Burns night. Burns down. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn down. Burns in. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn in. Burns night. Alternative letter case form of Burns night. Burns night. An event held on or around the evening of 25th January in celebration of the Scottish poet and lyricist Robert Burns, born on that day in 1759, usually involving Scottish foods and recitals of his poetry. Burns nights. Plural of Burns night. Burns off. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn off. Burns one down. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn one down. Burns one's bridges. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn one's bridges. Burns one's fingers. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn one's fingers. Burns one's toast. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn one's toasts. Burns out. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn out. Burns pavement. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn pavement. Burns rubber. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn rubber. Burns someone at the stake. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn someone at the stake. Burns someone's ass. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn someone's ass. Burns someone's ears. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn someone's ears. Burns stanza. The type of stanza used in standard Haughty verse. Burns stanzas. Plural of Burns stanza. Burns supper. Synonym of Burns night. Burns suppers. Plural of Burns supper. Burns that bridge when one comes to it. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn that bridge when one comes to it. Burns the candle at both ends. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn the candle at both ends. Burns the coal. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn the coal. Burns the midnight oil. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn the midnight oil. Burns the roof. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn the roof. Burns the water. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn the water. Burns through. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn through. Burns time. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn time. Burns up. Third person singular simple present indicative of burn up. Burnsall. A village and civil parish without a council in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Craven District OS Grid Ref SC 0361. Hurst. A surname. Burns. Plural of Burns. Burnsinn. Of or pertaining to Robert Burns 1759-1796, Scottish poet and lyricist, or his writings. Burnsins. Plural of Burnsin. Burnseye. Any of various places in Scotland or elsewhere in the Anglo-Saxon world named after the Scottish ones. Burnside-Butler syndrome. The effects of microdeletion of DNA sequences involving four specific neurodevelopmental genes, sometimes involving developmental and psychiatric disorders. Burnseyes. Plural of Burnseye. Burnseye. A hexagonal dipyramidal dark red mineral containing cadmium, chlorine, copper, oxygen, potassium, and selenium. Burnstickle. A stickleback. Burnstickles. Plural of Burnstickle. Burnsville. A city in Minnesota. Burnswer. A surname. Burnsworth. Plural of Burnswer. Simple past and past participle of burn. Burnt a hole in someone's pocket. Simple past and past participle of burn a hole in someone's pocket. Burnt away. Simple past and past participle of burn away. Burnt bread. Simple past and past participle of burn bread. Burnt coal. Simple past and past participle of burn coal. Burnt cream. Synonym of creme brulee. Burnt daylight. Past participle of burn daylight. Burnt down. Past participle of burn down. Words here. A disease of grain in the genus Ustulago resembling smut, but where the black powder that appears in the ear is external, and either the grain has never been formed or its coat has been destroyed, so that the whole ear appears black or burnt. Burnt ears. Plural of burnt ear. Burnt ends. Flavorful pieces of meat cut from the point half of a smoked brisket. Wurton. Simple past and past participle of burn in. Burnt Islands. A town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Burnt night. The mushroom Tricholoma ustale. Burnt nights. Plural of burnt night. Burnt Oak. A suburb south of Edgware, in the borough of Barnet, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2090. Burnt off. Simple past and past participle of burn off. Burnt offering. A slaughtered animal offered and burnt on an altar as an atonement for sin. Burnt offerings. Plural of burnt offering. Burnt one down. Simple past and past participle of burn one down. Burnt one's bridges. Simple past and past participle of burn one's bridges. Burnt one's fingers. Simple past and past participle of burn one's fingers. Burnt one's toast. Simple past and past participle of burn one's toast. Burnt orange. A dark shade of orange. Burnt oranges. Plural of burnt orange. Burnt out. Simple past and past participle of burn out. Burnt Pie. A town on Norfolk Island. Burnt Ranch. A census-designated place in Trinity County, California, United States. Burnt rubber. Simple past and past participle of burn rubber. Sienna. Dark reddish-brown color, like that of roasted sienna. Siennas. Plural of burnt sienna. Burnt someone at the stake. Simple past and past participle of burn someone at the stake. Burnt someone's ass. Simple past and past participle of burn someone's ass. Burnt someone's ears. Simple past and past participle of burn someone's ears. Burnt that bridge when one came to it. Simple past and past participle of burn that bridge when one comes to it. Burnt the candle at both ends. Simple past and past participle of burn the candle at both ends. Burnt the coal. Simple past and past participle of burn the coal. Burnt the midnight oil. Simple past and past participle of burn the midnight oil. Burnt the roof. Simple past and past participle of burn the roof. Burnt the water. Simple past and past participle of burn the water. Burnt through. Simple past and past participle of burn through. Burnt to a crisp. Simple past and past participle of burn to a crisp. Burnt toast theory. The mindset that a seemingly negative event in a person's life could have actually prevented something even worse from occurring. Burnt umber. A deep brown color. Burnt umbers, plural of burnt umber. Burnt up, simple past and past participle of burn up. Burt Yates, a village in Clintcombe Hamlets Parish, Harrogate Borough, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 2561. Burt-tailed bar, a species of cyprinid, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 2561. Burt-tailed bar, a species of cyprinid, Balantiachelos ambisticata. Burt-tailed barbs, plural of burnt-tailed bar. Burtus, second person singular simple past indicative of burn. Burtisland, a royal burgh town in the Fife Council area of Scotland. OS Grid Ref NT 2385. Burtness, the state or quality of being burnt. Burtwood, a town and civil parish with a town council in Lichfield District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 0509. Burna, a measure of the consumption of fuel in a nuclear reactor. Burnups, plural of burna. Birdweed, any of the flowering plants of the genus Erechtites. Burnwer, a surname from Old English. Burnworth, plural of Burnworth. Bury, tending to burn. Bureau, an office. Bureaucracies, plural of bureaucracy. Bureaucracy, alternative spelling of bureaucracy. Bureaucrat, rare spelling of bureaucrat. Bureaucratic, of or pertaining to bureaucracy or the actions of bureaucrats. Bureaucrats, plural of bureaucrat. Bureau, a barangay of Calamba, Laguna, Philippines. Burai, a traditional Auvergne shepherd's hut with a thatched roof, or a rustic mountain chalet in the same style. Burons, plural of buron. Bureau, the labor bureau, hence unemployment benefits, the dole. Bureaus, plural of bureau. Bureaus, plural of bureau. Burosuma, a human monoclonal antibody medication for the treatment of X-linked hypophosphatemia and tumor-induced osteomalacia. Burath, a barangay of Tarlac City, Tarlac, Philippines. Buref, obsolete form of borough. Burefs, plural of bureau. Bureau, a surname. Bureaus, plural of bureau. The, a belch. Erp gun, a small submachine gun. Erp guns, plural of burp gun. Erp the word. To masturbate. Herbalize, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing calcium, fluorine, oxygen, silicon, sodium, and zirconium. Burt, simple past and past participle of burp. Burped the worm, simple past and past participle of burp the worm. Arty, a surname. Arpy is plural of burpee. Buprenorphine. Misspelling of buprenorphine. Ardor, one who burps. Ardors, plural of burper. Arvo, a suburb of Guildford, Surrey, England, northeast of the town centre. OS Grid Ref TQ0152. Werve, pronunciation spelling of burping. Burpe, present participle and gerund of bur. Burping the were, present participle and gerund of burp the worm. Burpingly, with a burp. Burpings, plural of burping. Burpless, not causing the eater to burp. Burpo, a surname. Burpos, plural of burpo. Buprenorphine, misspelling of buprenorphine. Burps, plural of bur. Burps the were, Third person singular simple present indicative of burp the worm. Barbie. Full of burps. Burp. An enveloping Central Asian garment which covers the whole body, incorporating a netted screen to cover the eyes, chiefly worn by women in fundamentalist denominations of Islam to observe sartorial hijab, the practice of wearing concealing clothing in front of adult men after the age of puberty. Burqad. Alternative spelling of burqad. Burqas. Without a burqa, not wearing a burqa. Burqas. Plural of burqa. Burkini. A head-to-toe swimsuit, enabling women to conform to the Islamic dress code when bathing on a public beach. Burkinis. Plural of burkini. Burqa. Alternative spelling of burqa. Burqas. Plural of burqa. Burf. Nickname for Albuquerque, a city in New Mexico, United States. Burqueño. A resident or native of Albuquerque. Burqueños. Plural of burqueño. Barks. Plural of burke. A surname. Bursal. A red blood cell with abnormal appearance characterized by many small, evenly spaced thorny projections. Bursals. Plural of bursal. Burcucumber. Any vine of the genus Izios. Burcucumbers. Plural of burcucumber. Burgherkin. Cucumis anguria. A vine related to the common cucumber. Burgherkins. Plural of burgherkin. Burhole. A hole drilled into the cranium. Burholes. Plural of burhole. Bur in one's saddle. Synonym of be in one's bonnet. Knot. A knot on a tree caused by root tissue growing in the trunk or a limb, a burl. Burnots. Plural of burnot. Burmillstone. Burstone. Burmillstones. Plural of burmillstone. Bur-oak. A number of places in the United States. Bur-oak. Alternative form of bur-oak. Bur-oaks. Plural of bur-oak. Bur-puzzle. An interlocking puzzle consisting of notch sticks to be assembled into a three-dimensional structure. Bur-puzzles. Plural of bur-puzzle. Bur-thistle. Burdock arc. Kim SBP. Bur-thistles. Plural of bur-thistle. Bur under one's saddle. Alternative form of bur in one's saddle. Bur. Big or important, used as a respectful honorific. Buraden. Any major European festival, especially Christmas Day. Burakana. A great entertainment or feast. Burakanas. Plural of burakana. Word. A surname. Buragore. A locality and former town now flooded in Wollondilly Shire, New South Wales, Australia. Burrampooter. Obsolete spelling of Brahmaputra. Burramyid. Any of the pygmy possums in the family Burramyidae. Burramyids. Plural of burramyid. Burranis. A small pygmy possum, Burramys parvus, of alpine southeast Australia. Burramizas. Plural of Burramys. Burrard. A surname. Burrata. A fresh southern Italian cheese similar to creamy mozzarella. Burratas. Plural of burrata. Burravo. A community on the island of Yell, Shetland Islands Council Area, Scotland OS Grid Ref HU 5279. Burrawang. Any of various cycads of the genera Macrozamia and Cycas, especially Macrozamia communis, a tree with fronds yielding edible nuts. Burrowangs, plural of burrowang. Murray, an island of the Orkney Islands Council area, Scotland, linked by causeways Churchill barriers to mainland and South Ronaldsay OS grid ref ND49. Mur, simple past and past participle of bur. Earl, a town in north-central Albania, located west of the River Mat in the Mat River Valley. It is the seat of the municipality of Mat and the former seat of the defunct Mat district. Burl flies, plural of burl fly. Burl fly, the both fly or gadfly of cattle Hypoderma bovis. Burl, a surname from Old French. Burl indicator, a device for detecting combustible gases used in mines. Burl indicators, plural of burl indicator. Burls, plural of burl. Burls, plural of burl. Burlson, a small village next to Woodside, Perth and Kinross Council area, Scotland OS grid ref no 2037. Burr, a large area of northern County Clare in Western Ireland. Burr, one who burr speaks with uvular R. Burrs, plural of burr. Burris, a surname. Burfish, Chilomicturus scopefi, a fish of the family Diodontidae distinguished from the porcupinefish by the shorter and blunter spines covering the somewhat spherical body. Burpheus, plural of burfish. Burred, a black person. Burheads, plural of burhead. Burl, archaic spelling of barrel. Burhouse, plural of burhole. Burhole, alternative form of burhole. Burholes, plural of burhole. Rurian, of or relating to the ideas and policies of American politician Aaron Burr 1756-1836. Burians, plural of burian. Burriture, a surname. Burridge, a surname. Burridges, plural of burridge. Aria, a surname from Old French. Burriers, plural of burrier. Ariest, superlative form of bury, most bury. Bur-ice, a surname from Burico, misspelling of Berico. Burrill, a surname from Old French. Burrillville, a town in Providence County, Rhode Island. Burring, present participle and gerund of Burr. Worrington, a village and civil parish in North Devon District, Devon, England OS grid ref SS 6316. Urris, a surname. Urises, plural of Burris. Burish, rough, prickly, burry. Burism, the politics of American politician Aaron Burr 1756-1836. Arita, a Latin American dish of meat and cheese in a tortilla, especially if folded rather than rolled like a burrito. Aridas, plural of burrita. Burrito, a Mexican dish consisting of a flour tortilla wrapped around a filling of meat and slash or beans, cheese, etc. Burrito bowl, a dish consisting of various typical burrito ingredients, especially rice, beans, salsa, and vegetables, but not the tortilla wrap mixed in a bowl. Burrito bowls, plural of burrito bowl. Burrito taxi, takeaway food delivery ordered through an app or online platform. Burrito taxis, plural of burrito taxi. Burrito tests, a test used to determine whether a given place is an institution, if a resident is not allowed to get up in the night as they please and microwave themselves a burrito, it is an institution. Burrito, past of burrito. Burritoing, present participle and gerund of burrito. Burrito-like, resembling a burrito. Burritos, plural of burrito. Burrit, a surname. Burrits, plural of burrit. Arles, web. Burrs, like, resembling or characteristic of a burr. Burro, a small donkey, especially when used as a pack animal or one that is feral and lives in the southwestern United States or northern Mexico. Burro's tail, a plant, Sedum organianum. Burrowweed, alternative form of burrowweed. Burrbrush, an allergenic perennial shrub of species Hymenochlea salsala found in the deserts of Arizona and neighboring states. Burrabrushes, plural of burrabrush. Burrabush, synonym of burrowweed. Burra, a small weir or dam in a river to direct the stream to gaps where fish traps are placed. Burrex, plural of burrock. Burragrass, a North American grass of the genus Scleropogon. Arella, a surname. Arellas, plural of burrola. Burras, plural of burra. Burroti, a fusion dish based on the popular Mission burrito, but prepared using Indian ingredients. Burrotis, plural of burroti. Burras, a surname. Burriff on the Hill, a village in Somerby Parish, Melton District, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 7510. Burras, an English topographical surname from Middle English, from Old English bay, org, hill or berg fort, for someone who lived near a hill or fort. Erosian, of or pertaining to William S. Burroughs 1914-1997, American novelist, poet, essayist, and performer, a primary figure of the Beat generation. Burrowian, reminiscent of or pertaining to the American author William S. Burroughs. Burrow, a surname. Burrow duck, a sheldrake, tad orna or burgander. Burrow ducks, plural of burrow duck. Borough with borough, a civil parish without a council in the Lancaster district, Lancashire, England. Boroughbridge, a village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in Somerset West and Taunton District and Tauntondene District. OS Grid Ref SD 3530. Borough, simple past and past participle of borough. Burrowweed, the plant Ambrosia dumosa. Burroweeds, plural of burrowweed. Burrower, one that burrows. Burrowers, plural of burrower. Burrows, a surname. Burrowesses, plural of burrows. Burrowing, present participle and gerund of burrow. Burrowing bug, any insect in the family Cididae. Burrowing bugs, plural of burrowing bug. Burrowing junction, a junction where the diverging line descends to a level where it can pass under the main line, the purpose being the avoidance of conflicting movements. Burrowing junctions, plural of burrowing junction. Burrowing owl, a small owl of the Americas, Athene cunicularia or Spiatido cunicularia, which lives in holes often dug by prairie dogs. Burrowing owls, plural of burrowing owl. Burrowing parrot, a South American conure, Cyanoliceus patagonus. Burrowing parrots, plural of burrowing parrot. Burrowings, plural of burrowing. Burrowless, without a burrow. Burrow-like, resembling or characteristic of a burrow. Burrows, an English topographical surname, a variant of Burrows. Burrows-Wheeler transform, an algorithm used in data compression that rearranges a character string into runs of similar characters. Burrows-Wheeler transforms, plural of Burrows-Wheeler transform. Burrowstown, a town that is a burg. Burrowstowns, plural of Burrowstown. Ars, plural of burr. Burrs in one saddle, plural of burr in one saddle. Burrs under one saddle, plural of burr under one saddle. Burrstone, a tough, silicified limestone formerly used to make millstones. It is typified by the presence of multiple cavities that originally housed fossilized shells. Burrstones, plural of burrstone. Burda, a minor city in Harvey County, Kansas, United States. Burl, a surname. Burls, plural of burl. Burras, a surname. Burrasses, plural of burras. Burweed, any of various plants in the genus Saliva. Burweeds, plural of burweed. Bury, a surname. Bury Port, a small coastal town in Pembrey and Bury Port Town Community, Carmarthenshire, Wales. OS Grid Ref SN 4400. Ars, plural of Bur. Bursa, a province and metropolitan municipality in northwestern Anatolia, Turkey, on the Sea of Marmara. Bursa of Fabricius, a glandular sac opening into the cloaca of a bird, producing bee cells. Ursacite, synonym of bee cell. Ursacites, plural of bursacite. Ursi, plural of bursa. Ursi of Fabricius, plural of bursa of Fabricius. Bursage, synonym of burabrush. Ursadiers, plural of bursage. Ursae, a sulfazole of the Lilienite family, Pb5x4s. Ursol, relating to or resembling a bursa. Ursoas, without a bursa. Ursales, a muscle moving the nictitating membrane as in birds. Ursulae. In a bursal manner. Bursology, the study of the bursae. Bursar, the treasurer of a university, college, or school. Bursarel, of or relating to a bursary. Bursaries, plural of bursary. Bursars, plural of bursar. Bursarship, the rank, office, or status of a bursar. Bursarships, plural of bursarship. Bursary, a monetary award to university students that allows them to continue their studies. Bursas, plural of bursa. Bursae, having a bursa. Bursity, alternative form of bursity. Bursati, alternative form of bursity. Bursity, alternative form of bursity. Bursati, alternative form of bursity. Bursati, a disease of horses caused by Pythium insidiosum, thought to be especially common in the rainy season and characterized by pustular eruptions on the head and foreparts. Bursati, alternative form of bursity. Bursch, a surname from German. Burschen, plural of Bursch. Burris, plural of Bursch. Burskuf, a small town and civil parish with a town council in West Lancashire District, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 4411. Burskuf Bridge, a small town in West Lancashire District, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 4412. Ars, a surname from Old French. Bursectomies, plural of bursectomy. Bursectomize, alternative form of bursectomize. Bursectomized, simple past and past participle of bursectomize. Bursectomize, to perform a bursectomy. Bursectomize, simple past and past participle of bursectomize. Bursectomy, the surgical removal of a bursa. Bursae, the European stickseed, Lapula squarosa. Burseeds, plural of burseed. Bursera, any plant of the genus Bursera. Burseraceous, of or relating to the family Burseraceae. Burserus, plural of Bursera. Urses, plural of Burs. Ursi, a surname from Anglo-Norman. Urses, plural of Bursy. Burshtyn, a city in Ivano-Frankivsk Oblast, Ukraine. Ursico, a sheath that covers the basidium in some plants. Bursicoles, plural of bursicle. Bursikin, a heterodimeric protein that is an insect hormone which mediates tanning in the cuticle of adult flies. Bursicans, plural of bursican. Bursiculate, bursiform. Bursa, any gastropod in the family Bursidae. Bursids, plural of bursid. Bursiform, shaped like a purse or bag. Bursatides, plural of bursitis. Bursitis, an inflammation of a bursa, most common in the shoulder, elbow, or knee. Bursatizes, plural of bursitis. Bursleden, a village and civil parish in Eastleigh Borough, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 4809. Burslem, a town within the city of Stoke-on-Trent, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 8749. Burso, or relating to the bursa. Bursosynthesis, parasynthesis of the bursa. Bursographic, relating to bursography. Bursography, the diagnostic imaging of the bursa. Burson, a surname from French. Bursons, plural of burson. Bursopathies, plural of bursopathy. Bursopathy, a disorder of the bursa. Bursopentine, an immunomodulatory peptide that affects the immune response. Burst, to break from internal pressure. Burst a blood vessel, to become so furious that one loses control. Burst at the seams, to be too full, to hold more than can be comfortably accommodated. Burst forth, to erupt. Burst in, to enter suddenly and unexpectedly. Burst into, to suddenly start doing or producing something. Burst into flame, to catch fire suddenly and unexpectedly. Burst into flames, alternative form of burst into flame. Burst into flower, of flowers of buds to bloom suddenly or in a short period of time. Burst into tears, to suddenly start crying or sobbing. Burst noise, a kind of electronic noise that occurs in semiconductors and ultra-thin gate oxide films, consisting of sudden, unpredictable step-like transitions between two or more discrete voltage or current levels. Burst noises, plural of burst noise. Burst out, to appear suddenly from within something else. Burst out laughing, to start laughing suddenly and intensely. Burst someone's bubble, to disillusion, to disabuse someone of a false notion or rationalization that has grown comfortable. Our step, to explode. Our step, a collapse, failure, bankruptcy. Our steps, plural of bursta. Our stability, the quality of being burstable. Burstable, able to be burst. Burstall, a town in Saskatchewan. Burstalls, plural of burstall. Burste, simple past and past participle of burst. Bursted in, simple past and past participle of burst in. Bursti, a surname. Bursteins, plural of burstein. Burse, past participle of burst. Bursoness, a broken or bruised condition, brokenness, in the extract, a mass of bruises. Burster, one who, or that which, bursts or causes to burst. Bursters, plural of burster. Bursta, third person singular simple present indicative of bursts. Arse, comparative form of bursty, more bursty. Arseist, superlative form of bursty, most bursty. Burstily, in a bursty manner. Bursten, pronunciation spelling of bursting. Burstiness, the degree to which something occurs in abrupt bursts. Burstinesses, plural of burstiness. Bursting, very eager to do something. Bursting a blood vessel, present participle and gerund of burst a blood vessel. Bursting at the seams, present participle and gerund of burst at the seams. Bursting forth, present participle and gerund of burst forth. Bursting in, present participle and gerund of burst in. Bursting into, present participle and gerund of burst into. Bursting into flames, present participle and gerund of burst into flames. Bursting into tears, present participle and gerund of burst into tears. Bursting out, present participle and gerund of burst out. Bursting out laughing, present participle and gerund of burst out laughing. Bursting point, the point at which capacity is exceeded and something cannot take any more. Bursting pressure, the radial pressure on a nut. Bursting pressures, plural of bursting pressure. Bursting someone's bubble, present participle and gerund of burst someone's bubble. Bursting up, present participle and gerund of burst up. Burstingly, so as to burst, as if bursting. Burstings, plural of bursting. Urslet, a short burst of energy. Urslets, plural of burstlet. Burston, a place name. Burston and Chimpling, a civil parish in South Norfolk District, Norfolk, England, which includes the named places. Burstone, alternative spelling of burstone. Burstones, plural of burstone. Burstons, plural of Burston. Burstow, a village and civil parish in Tandridge District, east of Horley, Surrey, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3141. Bursts, plural of burst. Bursts a blood vessel. Third person singular simple present indicative of burst a blood vessel. Bursts forth. Third person singular simple present indicative of burst forth. Bursts in. Third person singular simple present indicative of burst in. Bursts into. Third person singular simple present indicative of burst into. Bursts into flame. Third person singular simple present indicative of burst into flame. Bursts into flames. Third person singular simple present indicative of burst into flames. Bursts into tears. Third person singular simple present indicative of burst into tears. Bursts out. Third person singular simple present indicative of burst out. Bursts out laughing. Third person singular simple present indicative of burst out laughing. Bursts someone's bubble. Third person singular simple present indicative of burst someone's bubble. Bursts up. Third person singular simple present indicative of burst up. Burstwise. Taking place in bursts. Burstwort. Rupture wart, herniaria glabra. Burstworts. Plural of burstwort. Bursty. Occurring in abrupt bursts, especially of information. Bursy. Plural of burst. A male given name. Bird County. One of 93 counties in Nebraska, United States. County seat. Tecama. A salty, spicy relish made from suli fish. Bert. A surname. Birch is plural of birch. Burtonshaw. A surname. The tonnage of a ship based on the number of tons of wine that it could carry in its holds. Burthen. Simple past and past participle of burthen. Burthening. Present participle and gerund of burthen. Burthens. Plural of burthen. Burthensome. Obsolete spelling of burdensome. Burthome. A hamlet and civil parish in Carlisle District, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref NY 5463. Ardes. A surname. Ardises. Plural of birdies. Arte. A trigonal rhombohedral colorless mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, and tin. Werner. A surname. Bertners. Plural of Bertner. Bertet. A surname. Bertnets. Plural of Bertnet. Bertnek. A surname from Ukrainian. Bertneks. Plural of Bertnik. Berta. An English habitational surname from Old English for someone who lived in any of several places with that name. Burton Agnes. A village and civil parish in the East Riding of Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref TA 1063. Burton and Dalby. A civil parish in Melton Borough, Leicestershire, England, which includes the settlements of Burton Lazars, Great Dalby and Little Dalby. Burton and Winkton. A civil parish in Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole District, Dorset, England, which includes the named places. Burton Bradstock. A coastal village and civil parish near Bridport, Dorset, England. OS Grid Ref SY 4889. Burton Coggles. A small village and civil parish without a council in South Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 9725. Burton Constable. A civil parish and small village in the East Riding of Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref TA 1836. Burton Dasset. A civil parish and drunken medieval village in Stratford-on-Avon District, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 3951. Burton Green. A village and civil parish in Warwick District, Warwickshire, England, on the border with Coventry. OS Grid Ref SB 2775. Burton Hastings. A small village and civil parish without a council in Rugby Borough, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 4189. Burton in Lonsdale. A village and civil parish in Craven District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6572. Burton Joyce. A large village and civil parish in Jedling Borough, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 6443. Burton Latimer. A town and civil parish with a town council in Kettering Borough, Northamptonshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 9074. Burton Lazars, a village in Burton and Dalby Parish, Melton Borough, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 7616. Burton Salmon, a village and civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Selby District. OS Grid Ref SE 4927. Burton upon Stather, a village and civil parish in North Lincolnshire District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref SE 8717. Burton upon Trent, a town in East Staffordshire District, Staffordshire, England. Burton's legless lizard, Lilis burtonus, a species of pygopodid gecko with no forelegs, only rudimentary hind legs. It is native to Australia and Papua New Guinea. Burton's legless lizards, plural of Burton's legless lizard. Burtonthigh Lincoln, a village in Burton Parish, West Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 9674. Burton cum Walden, a civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Richmondshire District, which includes the village of West Burton and the Walden Valley. Burton in Kendal, a village and civil parish in South Lakeland District, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref SD 5376. Burton-on-Trent, alternative form of Burton upon Trent. Burtonesque, reminiscent of the works of Tim Burton, born 1958, American filmmaker known for his darkly whimsical art and films. Burtonesquely, in a Burtonesque manner. Burtonian, of or relating to Robert Burton 1577-1640, English scholar and writer. Burtonization, the process of Burtonizing. Burtonize, to enrich water with mineral salts, especially for brewing alcohol. Burtonized, simple past and past participle of Burtonize. Burtonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Burtonize. Burtonizing, present participle and gerund of Burtonize. Burtaport, a village and port on the west coast of County Donegal, Ireland. Irish Grid Ref B 7215. Burtons, plural of Burton. Burtonwood, a village in Burtonwood and Westbrook Parish, Warrington Borough, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 5692. Burtonwood and Westbrook, a civil parish in Warrington Borough, Cheshire, England, which includes the named places. Arts, a surname from German. Arthes, plural of Berts. Where? A surname. Burtonal. Any of a class of evasive lathrines found in the flowering plant area arena Bertiae. Burtonals, plural of Burtonal. Arts, plural of Bert. Viru, an island in the Maluku Island. Buru Babarusa, Baby Rasa, a pig-like animal native to Buru and the Sula Islands in Indonesia. Buru Babarusas, plural of Buru Babarusa. Buru Bubuk, a species of BACkl, Ninox hansu, endemic to Buru Island in the southern Moluccas. Buru Bubuks, plural of Buru Bubuk. Bururanga, a municipality of Aklan, Philippines. Biruka, a surname. Birukas, plural of Biruka. Buricha, scraps of rubber that dry in the wounds made to the tree. Burukudu, an African alcoholic beverage brewed from the grains of Guinea corn sorghum, bicolor and pearl millet Sancris americanus, sin. Penistum glaucum. Perle ulcer, a type of ulcer caused by the bacterium Mycobacterium ulcerans. Perule ulcers, plural of Buruli ulcer. Bura, an English habitational surname derived from the village of Byram, North Yorkshire, itself from Old English byre, shed. Burundanga, Any of various hyoscine-based drugs, especially scopolamine, which have medical applications, are of limited, possibly illicit recreational use and are used for criminal activities like rape or robbery because they can render the victim unconscious and are popularly thought to cancel their willpower. Burundi, a country in East Africa. Official name, Republic of Burundi. Burundian, a person from Burundi or of Burundian descent. Burundians, plural of Burundian. Burundak, synonym of Siberian chipmunk. Burunjuki, Siberian chipmunk fur. Burundaks, plural of Burunduk. Burusura, girls used underwear and tennis or school uniforms, which are bought and sold by sexual fetishists. Burushaski, a language of northwestern Kashmir not known to be related to any other language. Burusho, an ethnic group living in Baltistan speaking Burushaski language. Bawash, a village and civil parish in Rother District, East Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 6724. Bawi, alternative form of burweed. Bawids, plural of buttweed. Bawa, a surname. Bawows, plural of bawel. Bawe, a surname. Burwood, a surname. Bury, a place in England. Bury one's head in the sand, to deliberately ignore the reality of a situation, to pretend a problem does not exist. Bury St. Edmunds, a cathedral and market town and civil parish in West Suffolk District, Suffolk, England, previously in St. Edmundsbury District. OS Grid Ref TL 8564. Bury the hatchet, to cease fighting or arguing, to reach an agreement, or at least a truce. Bury the lead, to begin a story with details of secondary importance to the reader while postponing more essential points or facts. See lead paragraph. Bury the lead, to begin a story with details of secondary importance to the reader while postponing more essential points or facts. Bury your gaze, a fiction trope where gay characters tend to die or generally meet an untimely demise. Ayal, capable of being buried. Ayal, obsolete spelling of burial. Adels, plural of burial. From, of, or pertaining to, Buryatia. Burya, a republic and federal subject of Russia, bordering Mongolia to the south and Lake BACkl to the west. Capital, Ulan-Ude. Buryatian, from, of, or pertaining to, Buryatia. Buryatians, plural of Buryatian. Buryati, a trigonal to trigonal pyramidal light violet gray mineral containing aluminum, boron, calcium, hydrogen, iron, oxygen, silicon, and sulfur. Buryatia, alternative spelling of Buryatia, a republic and federal subject in southeast Russia. Ayats, plural of Buryat. Murai, obsolete spelling of bury. Ebe, pronunciation spelling of burying. Ebe, present participle and gerund of bury. Ayvedo, a sexton beetle, a necrophore. Ayinvedals, plural of burying beetle. Ayudrand, a burial ground, a graveyard or cemetery. Ayindrans, plural of burying ground. Burying one's head in the sand. Present participle and gerund of bury one's head in the sand. Dai the hatchet. Present participle and gerund of bury the hatchet. Ayin the lead. Present participle and gerund of bury the lead. Adi ran, alternative form of burying ground. Adding grounds, plural of burying ground. Burying place, the place where a dead person is buried. Burying places, plural of varying place. Hayes, plural of varying. Vary, a city in Semyoblast, Ukraine. Varies, plural of Bary. Verdaman, a historic and ethnographic area in southeastern Transylvania, Romania, with a mixed population of Romanians, Germans, and Hungarians. Urzumes, similar in style to the black metal band Burzum. Urzinski, a surname from Polish. Urzinskis, plural of Berzinski. What? A motor vehicle for transporting large numbers of people along roads. Bus bar, alternative spelling of bus bar. Bus bars, plural of bus bar. Bus boy, alternative form of bus boy. Bus boys, plural of bus boy. Bus bridge, a temporary system of shuttle buses bypassing a failure, overhaul, or other outage in some other mode of transit, usually rail. Bus bridges, plural of bus bridge. Bus buddies, plural of bus buddy. Bus buddy, a person either employed or volunteer who helps aged or disabled people to use public transport. Bus bell, an arrangement by which a sidewalk is extended outwards for a bus stop. Bus bulb, plural of bus bulb. Bus captain, a bus driver who also functions as a bus conductor along with other duties such as ensuring proper care for the bus. Bus captains, plural of bus captain. Bus conductor, a person on a bus who collects fares and issues tickets. Bus conductors, plural of bus conductor. Bus conductress, a female bus conductor. Bus conductresses, plural of bus conductress. Bus driver, a person employed to drive buses. Bus drivers, plural of bus driver. Bus dock, a collection of bus bars in an enclosed unit that distributes large amounts of electrical power. Bus ducts, plural of bus duct. Bus factor, a measurement of the risk of losing team members in terms of information and abilities no longer available to the team. Bus factors, plural of bus factor. Bus fare, the passenger fare charged for riding on a bus. Bus fares, plural of bus fare. Bus girl, alternative form of bus girl. Bus girls, plural of bus girl. Bus kamaka, an uncivilized person, a person who follows a traditional rather than a modern lifestyle. Bus kanakas, plural of bus kanaka. Bus lane, a traffic lane designated for the use of buses. Bus lanes, plural of bus lane. Bus mastering, a feature supported by many bus architectures that enables a device connected to the bus to initiate transactions. Bus mile, a mile driven by an individual bus, used as a statistical unit in transport calculations. Bus miles initiate transactions. Bus mile, a mile driven by an individual bus, used as a statistical unit in transport calculations. Bus miles, plural of bus mile. Bus ministries, plural of bus ministry. Bus ministry, an outreach program of a religious institution that regularly uses buses or jitneys to transport people, typically children, to a site of religious practice. Bus pass, a pass that allows the user to travel on buses for a certain duration or a certain number of trips. Bus passes, plural of bus pass. Bus plunge, a phrase often used in filler story headlines in print newspapers prior to the adoption of computer-rated typesetting and publishing methods, as it filled out the usual width of a column in the 8-column layout then prevalent in the industry. Bus plunges, plural of bus plunge. Bus rapid transit, a form of rapid transit using buses, which have dedicated rights-of-way or laneways, purpose-built bus stations, and dedicated traffic signaling. Bus rapid transits, plural of bus rapid transit. Bus replacement service, a special bus service which replaces a train service when engineering work is carried out, or when the train service is temporarily suspended for other reasons such as flooding, track damage, etc. Bus replacement services, plural of bus replacement service. Bus route, the set route taken by a bus service. Bus routes, plural of bus route. Bus shelter, a building or other structure constructed at a bus stop to provide seating and protection from the weather for the convenience of waiting passengers. Bus shelters, plural of bus shelter. Bus stand, a type of bus stop, usually at the terminus of a route where a bus can wait between journeys. Buses normally do not pick up passengers there. Boarding takes place at a designated stop nearby. Bus stands, plural of bus stand. Bus station, a major bus stop, one that serves as a transfer point between a large number of routes. Bus stations, plural of bus station. Bus stop, a place where public transport buses stop to allow passengers to board or leave. Bus stop chicane, a sequence of two mirror-image chicanes interrupting a straightaway and connected by a very short straight section parallel to, but offset from, the straightaway being interrupted. Bus stop chicanes, plural of bus stop chicane. Bus stops, plural of bus stop. Bus topologies, plural of bus topology. Bus topology, a computer network topology in which the nodes are all connected at different points to a line called a bus. Bus trap, a construction or device placed on a road that only allows public transport buses and no other vehicles with smaller gauge to pass. Bus traps, plural of bus trap. Bus war, a strategy of scheduling very large numbers of buses on a route in order to swamp competition from other bus operators. Bus wars, plural of bus war. Bus holder, a weak latch circuit that holds the last value on a tristate bus. Bus holders, plural of bus holder. Bus keeper, synonym of bus holder. Bus keepers, plural of bus keeper. Bus stop flight, a regular short-haul flight that carries passengers. Bus stop flights, plural of bus stop flight. BAS, abbreviation of business. EASA, a surname. Reosa, an African alcoholic drink made from sorghum, maize, or millet flour. Reosana, a sub-county in Entanguru, Kayunga, Uganda. Busatol, reachable or traversable by bus. Reosa, a barangay of Lebanon, Cameroon, Sir, Philippines. Uzalaki, a surname from Italian. Uzalaki is plural of Buzalaki. Ilov, a surname. Veosa, a metropolitan city of South Korea. It is the second largest city and the largest port city in Korea. It is also well known for its beaches and port. Busanian, from or relating to the city of Busan. South Korea. Busanians, plural of Busanian. Buses, plural of Busa. Buse, a barangay of Cebu City, Cebu, Philippines. Bus bar, an electrical conductor that carries a large current, especially one that is part of a power distribution system, typically a thick strip or a tube of copper or aluminium. Bus bars, plural of bus bar. Busbang, a seasoned stew of chicken and pork with egg yolks. Mudmi, a surname. Mudbis, plural of busby. Mudbis, plural of busby. Malibai, an assistant waiter, one who clears plates from and cleans tables. Balibais, plural of Busboy. Musbridge, a village and civil parish near Godalming, Waverley Borough, Surrey, England. OS Grid Ref SU 9842. Levy, a place name. Busbidare, a member of the Busby Babes. Busby Babes, plural of Busby Babe. Ladris, plural of Busby. Buscaglia, a surname from Italian. Buscaglias, plural of Buscaglia. Massama, a surname from Sicilian. Bussamese, of, from, or pertaining to Bussami, the Bussamese people or the Bussamese dialect. Bussami, Bussami, a small town in the province of Syracuse in Sicily, Italy. A surname. Oyer, a surname from German. Others, plural of Buscher. Others, plural of Bush. Bush disease. Scleroderma. Bush-Collendorf syndrome, a rare genetic skin disorder that typically presents with widespread painless papules. Bushman, a surname. Bushman, a surname. Bushmans, plural of Bushmen. Bushmans, plural of Bushmen. Moscow, Churubusco, a town in Indiana. Boston, a prospector, someone who searches for ore. Buskins, plural of Buskin. Massacot, a small village and civil parish in Vale of Whitehorse District, Oxfordshire, England, historically in Berkshire. OS Grid Ref SB 2397. Masdai, a barangay of BACkl, Albay, Philippines. Vusikais, a mineral with the chemical formula FeZnMnS. Us, simple past and past participle of bus. Buserelin, a gonadotropin-releasing hormone agonist. Others, plural of bus. Osivol, plural of busful. Maza, a surname from Norwegian. Mazas, plural of Basa. Dirsi, a surname. Dirsis, plural of Busey. Busfair, alternative spelling of busfare. Busfares, plural of busfare. Mosfeld, a surname. Mossal, an amount sufficient to fill a bus. Busfoles, plural of busful. Osra, a female busser, one who clears plates from and cleans tables, one who busses. Osferos, plural of busgirl. Ut, a surname from Middle English. Bush 41. George Herbert Walker Bush, the 41st President of the United States, distinguished from his son, the 43rd President. Bush 43. George Walker Bush, the 43rd President of the United States, distinguished from his father, the 41st President. Bush antelope, a bushbuck, Tragelaphus scriptus. Bush antelopes, plural of bush antelope. Bush apple, any of various trees resembling the apple or bearing similar fruit, especially the black apple Planchonella australis. Bush apples, plural of bush apple. Bush babies, plural of bush baby. Bush baby, alternative form of bush baby. Bush ballad, a poem or a piece of folk music that celebrates traditional Australian culture, especially rural culture. Bush balladry, bush ballads, collectively. Bush ballads, plural of bush ballad. Bush banana, either of two perennial climbing plants of the genus Marstinia, having long edible fruits, Marstinia viridiflora or Marstinia australis. Bush bananas, plural of bush banana. Bush Baptists, a fictitious religious affiliation invoked by a person who does not claim or admit affiliation with a particular church. Bush Baptists, plural of Bush Baptists. Bush Bar, a local establishment serving drinks and often snacks or simple meals. Bush Bars, plural of Bush Bar. Bush Bread, a bread made by the Aboriginal Australians by crushing seeds into a dough after which it is baked. Bush Breads, plural of Bush Bread. Bush Brown, any of various brown-colored nymphalid butterflies of the genera BACkl and Orsusrena. Bush Browns, plural of Bush Brown. Bush Candle, Canarium schwainfurthii, an African tree that produces elemi. Bush Clover, Lespedeza spp. Bush Clovers, plural of Bush Clover. Bush Cow, synonym of Zamaus West African buffalo. Bush Cows, plural of Bush Cow. Bush Cricket, alternative form of Bush Cricket. Bush Crickets, plural of Bush Cricket. Bush Dar, a wild canine animal Spiathos venaticus, found in Central and South America. Bush Dogs, plural of Bush Dog. Bush Fire, alternative form of Bush Fire. Bush Fires, plural of Bush Fire. Bush Flies, plural of Bush Fly. Bush Fly, a blowfly of the family Calliphoridae. Bush Frog, synonym of sedge frog. Bush Frogs, plural of Bush Frog. Bush Goat, synonym of black duiker. Bush Goats, plural of Bush Goat. Bush Hammer, a square-headed hammer with spikes used in stoneworking to either even the surface before polishing, or give it a pock-marked and weathered aspect. Bush Hammers, plural of Bush Hammer. Bush Hill Park, a suburb in the borough of Enfield, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3395. Bush Har, synonym of peccary. Bush Hogs, plural of Bush Hog. Bush Honeysuckle, any plant of genus Dirvilla. Bush Jacket, a jacket usually khaki colored with many large pockets worn by birdwatchers and the like. Bush Jackets, plural of Bush Jacket. Bush Jasmine, any of species Chrysogesminum fruticans sen. Jasminum fruticans. Bush Jasmines, plural of Bush Jasmine. Bush Kanaka, alternative spelling of Bus Kanaka. Bush Kanakas, plural of Bush Kanaka. Bush Knife, a machete. Bush Knives, plural of Bush Knife. Bush Lawyer, any of the species of climbing blackberry plants in subgenus Rubica Micranthobatus, found in New Zealand. Bush Lawyers, plural of Bush Lawyer. Bush League, a professional sports association at the lower levels of minor league organization. Bush Leagues, plural of Bush League. Bush Lemon, rough lemon. Bush Lemons, plural of Bush Lemon. Bush Lily, Astelia fragrans and Astelia most commonly found in New Zealand. Bushlot, alternative form of bushlot. Bushlots, plural of bushla. Bushmeat, alternative form of bushmeat. Bush medicine, the traditional medicinal and health practices of indigenous Australians. Bush medicines, plural of bush medicine. Bush Molly, a perennial bunchgrass native to the southwestern U.S. and northern Mexico, Muhlenberg portery. Bush Negro, synonym of maroon escaped black person of the Caribbean and the Americas or a descendant of such a person. Bush Negroes, plural of Bush Negro. Bush Negroes, plural of Bush Negro. Bush out, to be bushy, to protrude in a thick tuft. Bush parties, plural of bush party. Bush party, an outdoor social gathering held in a wooded area or a field, especially one attended primarily by young people at which alcohol is drunk. Bush pee, the act of urinating in public, especially on natural terrain such as directly into the gun, shrubbery, or a tree. Bush pee, simple past and past participle of bush pee. Bush peeing, present participle and gerund of bush pea. Bush peas, plural of bush pea. Bush pig, an African pig of the genus Potamachorus, Potamachorus porcus or Potamachorus larvatus. Bush pigs, plural of bush pig. Bush pilot, a pilot who flies small aircraft to and from remote locations over expanses of relatively unpopulated territory. Bush pilots, plural of bush pilot. Bush plane, a light propeller-driven aircraft with a high wing designed to land on and take off from grass airstrips or rough ground. Bush planes, plural of bush plane. Bush pole, a pole or other length of wood found or gathered in the bush, as used for basic construction, support etc. Now also a piece of timber designed to resemble such a pole. Bush poles, plural of bush pole. Bush rat, any of various rat-sized rodents and marsupials, especially local species of ratus. Bush rats, plural of bush rat. Bush region, bush regeneration. Bush regeneration, the activity of restoring bushland to its original condition, free of introduced species. Bush rose, a flowering rose cultivar grown in bush form. Bush rum, strong, illicitly distilled homemade rum. Bush salute, synonym of bossy salute. Bush salutes, plural of bush salute. Bushshrike, an African passerine bird of the family Malaconidae. Bushrikes, plural of bushshrike. Bush sickness, an illness of cattle caused by a deficiency of cobalt salts in the volcanic soil. Bush song, synonym of bush ballad. Bush songs, plural of bush song. Bush stone curlew, a species of stone curlew, Boranus grallarius, of Australia and southern New Guinea. Bush stone curlews, plural of bush stone curlew. Bush sunflower, a shrubby perennial with yellow flowers, Simsia calva, native from New Mexico and Texas to Central and South America. Bush sunflowers, plural of bush sunflower. Bush taxi, synonym of shared taxi. Bush taxis, plural of bush taxi. Bush tea, any variety of herbal teas, especially Vuibos. Bush teas, plural of bush tea. Bush telegraph, a system used by undeveloped societies in remote regions for communication over long distances, such as drum sounds, word-of-mouth relay, or smoke signals. Bush telegraphs, plural of bush telegraph. Bush thick knee, synonym of bush stone curlew. Bush thick knees, plural of bush thick knee. Bush tomato, any of various plants of the genus Solanum growing in arid parts of Australia and bearing tomato-like fruits. Bush tomatoes, plural of bush tomato. Bush track, a rural track used for unsanctioned, informal horse racing with amateur jockeys. Bush tracks, plural of bush track. Bush trimmer, alternative form of hedge trimmer. Bush trimmers, plural of bush trimmer. Bush tucker, traditional Aboriginal food tucker gathered or hunted in bushland. Bush turkey, the brush turkey, Electra lathami. Bush turkeys, plural of bush turkey. Bush typhus, scrub typhus. Bush vetch, a leguminous climbing plant with lilac or blue flowers that grows in hedgerows, grasslands, and roadsides. Vicious sepium. Bush vetches, plural of bush vetch. Bush warbler, any of various small insectivorous songbirds belonging to the genera Setia and Bradipterus. Bush warblers, plural of bush warbler. Bushwee, a bush pea. Bushwee, simple past and past participle of bushwee. Ushwee, present participle and gerund of bushwee. Bushweek, an imagined or symbolic time when assumedly unsophisticated people from the countryside come to the city, likely to be preyed on by tricksters there, or who are unaware of social norms in the city. Bushweeks, plural of bushweek. Bushwees, plural of bushwee. Bush balladry, alternative form of bush balladry. Woobush, alternative form of bushbash. Wooshbash, simple past and past participle of bushbash. Bushbasher, one who bushbashes. Bushbashers, plural of bushbasher. Bushbashes, third person singular simple present indicative of bushbash. Bushbashing, present participle and gerund of bushbash. Bush cricket, synonym of katydid. Bush crickets, plural of bush cricket. Bushen, some species of bird in the genus Amornis in the family Rallidae. Bush hens, plural of bush hen. Bushganaka, alternative spelling of Buskanaka. Bushlee, minor league, second rate. Bush metal, gunmetal, an alloy of copper and tin used for journals, bearings, etc. Bushrike, alternative form of bushrike. Bushrikes, plural of bushrike. Bush telegraph, alternative spelling of bush telegraph. Bush telegrass, plural of bush telegraph. Oh yeah, a surname. Buschard, a surname from German. Buschard, plural of Buschard. Oh yes, plural of Buscha. Buscha, a surname. Bushas, plural of Bushaw. Bush babies, plural of bush baby. Bush baby, a small, nocturnal, African primate, similar to a lemur. Bushbama, alternative spelling of Bushbama. Bushbama, George W. Bush and Barack Obama, seen as a continuation of the same political agenda. Bodesh, to travel or build a route straight across country rather than following an established track, typically involving forcing one's way through forest and slash or undergrowth. Bushbash, simple past and past participle of bushbash. Bushbash, third person singular simple present indicative of bushhash. Bushbishing, present participle and gerund of bushbash. Bushbird, any of the tropical birds in the genera Neotantes or Clydoctantes found in South America. Bushbirds, plural of bushbird. Bushra, a young bushman, a boy who lives or camps in the bush. Bushrays, plural of bushboy. Bushbush, either of two species of antelope Tragelathus scriptus or Tragelathus sylvaticus, considered by some sources to be the single species Tragelathus scriptus found in sub-Saharan Africa. Bushokridge, a town in Mpumalanga, South Africa. Bushbecks, plural of Bushbuck. Busheri, a suburban area of Wolverhampton, West Midlands, England. Westgrid Ref SJ 9202. Bushby, a village in Thurnsby and Bushby Parish, Harborough District, Leicestershire, England. Westgrid Ref SK 6504. Bushis, plural of Bushby. Bushcamp, a campsite located in the bush. Bushcamps, plural of bushcamp. Bushcat, Tabat. Bushcats, plural of bushcat. Bushet, any of a number of small insect-eating birds in the Muscicapid genus Saxicola. Bushets, plural of bushet. Bushcrat, the skills needed to survive in the bush and by extension in any natural environment. Bushcrafts, plural of bushcraft. Bushcraftsman, a person skilled in bushcraft, a bushman. Bushcraftsman, plural of bushcraftsmen. Bush cricket, alternative form of bush cricket. Bush crickets, plural of bush cricket. Bushko, an Ethiopian bushcrow or Stresemens bushcrow Zavatariernes stresemani, sole species of genus Zavatariernes. Bushcrows, plural of bushcrow. But, very tired, exhausted. Mushed out, simple past and past participle of bush out. Odi, a surname. Ohis, plural of Bushi. Oher, a city in Iran, the seat of Bushehr County's central district and the capital of Bushehr province. Bojo, a dry measure, containing 4 pecks, 8 gallons, or 32 quarts, equivalent in volume to approximately 0.0364 cubic meters imperial bushel or 0.0352 cubic meters US bushel. Bushel basket, a basket that is the right size to hold a bushel. Bushel baskets, plural of bushel basket. Bushel measure, a container that contains exactly 1 bushel 4 pecks, used as a measuring device for commodities sold by the bushel. Bushel measures, plural of bushel measure. Bushellage, a duty payable on goods by the bushel. Bushelages, plural of bushelage. Bushel, simple past and past participle of bushel. Busheler, alternative form of busheler. Bushelers, plural of busheler. Bushelful, enough to fill a bushel. Bushelfuls, plural of bushelful. Busheling, present participle and gerund of bushel. Bushelings, plural of busheling. Wodao, a surname. Wojol, simple past and past participle of bushel. Busheler, a person who bushels or repairs clothes. Bushelers, plural of busheler. Busheling, present participle and gerund of bushel. Bushelings, plural of busheling. Bushas, plural of bushel. Bushelman, a tailor's assistant for repairing garments. Bushelmen, plural of bushelman. Bushels, plural of bushel. Bushelsful, plural of bushelful. Bushelwoman, a tailor's female assistant for repairing garments. Bushelwomen, plural of bushelwoman. Boyer, a surname. Boyers, plural of busher. Boas, plural of Bush. Bush is at. Third person singular simple present indicative of bush out. With a small bush. It's plural of bushet. Odi, a town in Hertsmere district, Hertfordshire, England, close to the border with Greater London. Bushy, a suburban area in Hertsmere Borough, Hertfordshire, England, on the border with Greater London. OS Grid Rep TQ 1594. Oes, plural of bushy. Bushfuller, one who fells trees in the bush. Bushfullers, plural of bushfuller. Bushfulling, the felling of trees in the bush. Bushfighter, one who takes part in bushfighting. Bushfighters, plural of bushfighter. Bushfighting, fighting in a bushy area, i.e. behind bushes, trees, or thickets. Bushfightings, plural of bushfighting. Bushfire, an uncontrolled fire in a wooded or grassy area, a wildfire. Bushfires, plural of bushfire. Bush food, traditional Aboriginal food gathered from the bush. Bush foods, plural of bush food. Bushful, as much as a bush holds. Bushfuls, plural of bushful. Bushgrass, Calamagrostes epigejos. Bushhammer, alternative form of bushhammer. Bushhammered, simple past and past participle of bushhammer. Bushhammering, present participle and gerund of bushhammer. Bushhammers, third person singular simple present indicative of bushhammer. Mohi, a dialect of Malagasy spoken in Mayat. Mohian, of or pertaining to a person named Bush, in particular and usually President of the United States, George W. Bush. The Shido, an ethical code of the samurai that was prevalent in feudal Japan that advocated unquestioning loyalty to the master at all costs and obedience in all deeds, valuing honor above life. The Shido, alternative form of Bushido. Odi, a political supporter or fan of U.S. President Bush, either Bush 43 or Bush 41, or both Presidents George Bush. Oh yeah. Comparative form of bushy, more bushy. Oh yes, plural of bushy. Oh yes, superlative form of bush, most bush. Bohui, in a bushy manner. Bushinator, George W. Bush, born 1946, the 43rd President of the United States, 2001-2009. Bushinang, alternative form of Busanenge. Bushinangs, plural of bushinang. Oshiness, the characteristic of being bushy. Bushing, a type of bearing, a cylindrical lining designed to reduce friction and wear inside a hole, often used as a casing for a shaft, pin, or hinge. Bushing out, present participle and gerund of bush out. Bushings, plural of bushing. Busher, alternative form of Busher. Bushism, the political philosophy associated with former U.S. President George W. Bush or his father, former U.S. President George H. W. Bushisms, plural of Bushism. Ohis. Wovian. Bushasts, plural of Bushis. Woodhite, synonym of Bushian. Woodhites, plural of Bushites. Bushiller, a nickname for U.S. President George W. Bush, unfavorably likened to Nazi leader Adolf Hitler. Bushkua, a surname. Bushland, an area of land in a natural, uncultivated state, wilderness, open forest. Bushlands, plural of bushland. Lark, any of a number of species of larks in the genus Murafra native to areas ranging from Africa through southern Asia to Australia. Bushlarks, plural of bushlark. Bushler, a surname. Bushwis, without bushes. Bushwit, a little bush. Bushwits, plural of bushlet. Bushwicker, a person who acted or spoke sycophantically towards the authority of former U.S. President George W. Bushlickers, plural of bushlicker. Bushlike, resembling a bush, bushly. Bushlet, alternative form of bushlips in sincere political rhetoric. Bushlips, insincere political rhetoric. Bushlot, synonym of bush, woodlot, or bluff on a farm. Bushlots, plural of bushlot. Bushly, of pertaining to or resembling a bush, bushlike, bushy. Bushmakinite, a monoclinic prismatic bright yellow mineral containing aluminum, chromium, copper, hydrogen, lead, oxygen, phosphorus, sulfur, vanadium, and zinc. Bushman, a person who lives in the bush, especially a member of a community or ethnic group who lives in the bush. Bushman grass, any of the species of the grass genus Aristida sensilato growing in southern Africa. Bushman poison, any of a number of organisms used as ingredients by the San people when preparing arrow poisons. Bushman's breakfast, synonym of dingo's breakfast. Bushman's clock, synonym of laughing kookaburra. Bushman's clocks, plural of bushman's clock. Bushman's poison, alternative form of bushman poison. Bushman's tea. Bushmanland, a Bantustan in southwest Africa, present-day Namibia, intended by the apartheid government to be a self-governing homeland for the San people, the Bushmen. Bushmanoi, resembling or characteristic of the Bushmen of southwestern Africa. Bushmanship, the survival skills of a bushman or any bush person. Bushmaster, a venomous pit viper, Lachesis muta, from tropical America. Bushmasters, plural of bushmaster. Bushmeat, any edible animal from sub-Saharan Africa's dense forest that is not traditionally regarded as game. Bushmeats, plural of bushmeat. Bushmen, plural of bushmen. Bushmet, an ambush. Bushments, plural of bushment. Bushmills, a village in northwest County Antrim, Northern Ireland, Irish grid ref C 9440. Bushmire, a surname. Bushnell, a surname. Bushnell's law, the rule that the best video games are easy to learn but difficult to master. Bushnellian, relating to Horace Bushnell 1802-1876, American Congregational minister and theologian. Bushnells, plural of Bushnell. Bushar, a Bantu language of the Kasai region of Democratic Republic of the Congo. Bushongo, alternative form of Bushong, a Bantu language. Bushongs, plural of Bushon. Bushonomics, the economic policies associated with the presidency of George Herbert Walker Bush in 1989-1993. Bushoot, alternative form of Bushong, a Bantu language. Bushophile, a fan or supporter of George H. W. Bush 1924-2018 or George W. Bush born 1946, former presidents of the United States. Bushophiles, plural of bushophile. Bushophilia, the love or admiration of George H. W. Bush 1924-2018 or George W. Bush born 1946, former presidents of the United States. Bush people, plural of Bushperson. Bushperson, a bushman or bushwoman. Bushpig, alternative form of bush pig. Bushpigs, plural of bushpig. Bushrange, to practice bushranging, to be a bushranger. Bushrange, simple past and past participle of bushrange. Bushranger, a convict or outlaw who escapes to the bush to avoid capture, a roving bandit who lives in the bush. Bushrangers, plural of bushranger. Bushranges, third person singular simple present indicative of bushrange. Bushranging, present participle and gerund of bushrange. Bushrat, alternative form of bushrat. Bushrats, plural of bushrat. Bushrope, synonym of liana. Bushropes, plural of bushrope. Bushu, an aromatic shrub native to California, Cineoridium dumusum. Bushroos, plural of bushru. Bushrike, alternative form of bushrike. Bushrikes, plural of bushrike. Bushtar, a supporter of George W. Bushtards, plural of bushtard. Bushit, any of the long-tailed tits of the family Egypthality. Bushtits, plural of bushtit. Bushtop, the upper section of a bush. Bushtops, plural of bushtop. Bushtucker, alternative spelling of bushtalker. Bushveld, a terrain of thick scrubby trees and bush in dense thickets with grassy ground cover between. Bushvelds, plural of bushveld. Bushveld, alternative spelling of bushveld. Bushwa, alternative spelling of bushwa. Bushwhack, alternative spelling of bushwhack. Bushwhacked, simple past and past participle of bushwhack. Bushwhacking, present participle and gerund of bushwhack. Bushwhacks, third person singular simple present indicative of bushwhack. Bushwa, nonsense, euphemistic form of bullshit. Bushwalk, a hike, an off-road walk in the countryside, possibly wearing a backpack, undertaken as a leisure activity. Bushwalked, simple past and past participle of bushwalk. Bushwalker, a hiker or backpacker. Bushwalkers, plural of bushwalker. Bushwalking, the activity of hiking or backpacking. Bushwalks, third person singular simple present indicative of bushwalk. Bushway, a surname from French. Bushways, plural of bushway. Bushwee, any of the shrubs or trees of the genus Flugia. Bushwai, to travel through thick wooded country, cutting away scrub to make progress. Bushwhacked, simple past and past participle of bushwhack. Bushwhacker, one who travels through the woods off the designated path. Bushwhackers, plural of bushwhacker. Bushwhacking, traveling through thick wooded country, cutting away scrub to make progress. Bushwhackings, plural of bushwhacking. Bushwhacks, third person singular simple present indicative of bushwhack. Bushway, a neighborhood in the northern part of the borough of Brooklyn in New York City. Bushwillow, any of a number of tropical trees and shrubs in the genus Combretum, many of which superficially resemble willows. Bushwillows, plural of bushwillow. Bushwoman, a female bushman. Bushwomen, plural of bushwoman. Work carried out in the bushland. Bushran, an extinct species of small wren-like, almost flightless passerine bird endemic to New Zealand, Xenocus longipes. Bushrans, plural of bushran. Ohi, like a bush in having many branches that spread out densely in all directions. Bushipelustem, Andropogon glomeratus, widespread in temperate and warm areas of the Americas. Bushy bluestems, plural of bushy bluestem. Bushy seaside tansy, synonym of CRSI. Bushy-tailed, having a bushy tail. A form of trophy pasta from the region of Trapani. Luthe, a surname. Birsex, plural of Busic. Obsolete spelling of busy. Daily, simple past and past participle of busy. Busied around, simple past and past participle of busy around. Comparative form of busy, more busy. That is, third person singular simple present indicative of busy. Busy's around. Third person singular simple present indicative of busy around. Superlative form of busy, most busy. Beya. Third person singular simple present indicative of busy. Bressimi. A commune in Nord department, Houts de France, France. Italy. In a busy manner, actively. Buesine. Alternative form of Buesine. Buesnench. A Surinamese maroon escaped slave. Buesnenges. Plural of Busenenge. Buesines. Plural of Buesine. Benas. A specific commercial enterprise or establishment. Business administration, a course of study in higher education intended to prepare the students for a career in business. Business analyst, a person who analyzes the operations of an organization in order to develop a solution to its problems. Business analysts, plural of business analysts. Business angel, synonym of angel investor. Business angels, plural of business angel. Business architect, someone who designs and develops a company's business architecture. Business architects, plural of business architect. Business as usual, the normal course of an activity, particularly in circumstances that are out of the ordinary. Business before pleasure. Discharging one's obligations must take precedence over devoting time to pursuits meant solely for one's own gratification. Business boy, a male prostitute. Business boys, plural of business boy. Business card, a small card with a person's name and professional information such as occupation, business phone number, email address, etc. Business cards, plural of business card. Business case, a reason for doing something, an explanation of the benefit of some course of action to a business. Business cases, plural of business case. Business casual, any standard of dress used in many business environments that is casual overall. It thus excludes most formal clothes such as a business suit and tie, but also excludes certain overly casual clothes such as short shorts. Business class, a high-quality class of traveling, especially in airlines, higher than economy class or budget, lower than first class. Business continuity planning, an interdisciplinary concept used to create and validate a practice logistical plan for how an organization will recover and restore interrupted critical functions within a predetermined time after a disaster or extended disruption. Business costs, synonym of accounting cost. Business cycle, a long-term fluctuation in economic activity between growth and recession. Business cycle, Plural of business cycle. Business day. A day on which business is conducted, a workday or working day. Business days. Plural of business day. Business deal. Synonym of deal, a particular instance of trading, buying or selling, exchanging, bartering, a transaction. Business deals. Plural of business deal. Business development. The creation of long-term value for an organization from customers, markets, and relationships. Business developments. Plural of business development. Business district. A part of a town or city where business activity, for example commerce, is especially concentrated. Business districts. Plural of business district. Business economics. The buying and selling of products from an economical viewpoint, dealing with the manufacture, distribution, and usage of the product. Business end. The part of a day, event, or place such as a city or district used for business activities. Business ends. Plural of business end. Business English. A type of English used in business contexts such as banking, commerce, finance, international trade, insurance, etc. Business ethics. The branch of ethics that examines questions of moral right and wrong arising in the context of business practice or theory. Business formal. A style of professional dress that is the most formal level of business attire. Business girl. A young woman employed in business or office work. Business girls. Plural of business girl. Business hours. The hours and days when a given business is available to the public. Business idea. Idea behind a business, central to the generation of revenue. Business ideas. Plural of business idea. Business in the front, party in the back. Describing the mullet hairstyle. Business index. Ellipsis of ease of doing business index. Business indexes. Plural of business index. Business intelligence. A set of techniques and tools for the acquisition and transformation of raw data into meaningful and useful information for business analysis purposes. Business is business. Business matters should not be influenced by friendship or sentiment. Business key. Synonym of natural key. Business keys. Plural of business key. Business law. All the law that governs commercial infrastructure and interactions, including contracts, intellectual property, employment law, and corporate law. Business logic. Algorithms in a software system that model real-life business objects and their interactions. Business logics. Plural of business logic. Business lunch. Lunch where business is discussed, which can be written off as a business expense. Business lunches. Plural of business lunch. Business machine. Any of various machines used for clerical activities within a business. Business machines. Plural of business machine. Businessman. Alternative spelling of businessman. Businessmen. Plural of businessman. Business model. The particular way in which a business ensures that it generates income, one that includes the choice of offerings, strategies, infrastructure, organizational structures, trading practices, and operational processes and policies. Business models. Plural of business model. Business object. An entity in a multi-tiered software application that represents a particular entity within the business, such as a customer or an order. Business objects. Plural of business object. Business opportunities. Plural of business opportunity. Business opportunity. The sale or lease of any product, service, equipment, etc. that will enable the purchaser or licensee to begin a business. Business owner. One who owns a business. Business owners, plural of business owner. Business park, an area of land consisting solely of commercial buildings and enterprises as opposed to industrial or residential concerns. Business parks, plural of business park. Business partner, a partner in a business context as opposed to a partner in the sense of a personal relationship. Business partners, plural of business partner. Business plan, a summary of how a business owner, manager, or entrepreneur intends to organize an entrepreneurial endeavor and implement activities necessary and sufficient for the venture to succeed. Business plans, plural of business plan. Business practice, the usual procedure followed in business or a particular business. Business practices, plural of business practice. Business record, a recording of business dealings that must be retrievable at a later date so that the business dealings can be accurately reviewed as required. Business records, plural of business record. Business reply, a free post service allowing customers to send mail to a business without paying, using pre-printed stationery provided by the business. Business rule, a formal rule that defines or constrains some aspect of a business, such as an action to be taken when certain conditions are true. Business rules, plural of business rule. Business school, a higher education institution that specializes in business studies. Business schools, plural of business school. Business studies, an academic subject covering various elements of business, such as accountancy and marketing. Business suit, a plain, formal matching jacket and trousers or skirt as worn by office workers. Business suits, plural of business suit. Business trip, travel for business purposes, often paid for at least partially by the employer. Business trips, plural of business trip. Business unit, a profit center which focuses on a particular product line and is land or market segment, having its own marketing plan and campaign, even if part of a larger business entity. Business venture, a business enterprise in which the expectation of gain is accompanied by the risk of loss or failure. Business ventures, plural of business venture. Business as usual, alternative form of business as usual. Business casual, alternative form of business casual. Business critical, crucial to the operation of a business. Business friendliness, the state or quality of being business friendly. Business friendly, favoring or conducive to business concerns or interests. Business-like, alternative form of business-like. Businessman, archaic form of businessman. Businessman, plural of businessman. Business to business, of businesses selling to other businesses. Business to consumer, a business model that blends B2B and B2C frameworks together, forming a new business model where businesses collaborate with other businesses to sell a product or service directly to the consumer. Business to consumer, selling products directly to customers, bypassing any third-party retailers, wholesalers, or any other middlemen. Business to employee, how a business interacts with its employees. Business to institutions, pertaining to business activities of commercial organizations serving institutions such as schools, organizations, and churches with products and or services. Business grat, a corporate bureaucrat. Business grats, plural of business grat. Business, obsolete spelling of business. Businesses, plural of business. Businesses, the jargon used in business. Business folk, business people. Business folks, plural of business folk. Business, without business. Businesslessness, the quality of lacking business or businesses. Businesslike, methodical and efficient in a way that would be advantageous to a business or business person. Businesslikely, in a businesslike way. Businesslikeness, the state or condition of being businesslike. Businessman, a man in business, one who works at a commercial institution. Businessman's LSD, the drug dimethyltryptamine. Businessman's lunch, synonym of businessman's trip. Businessman's risk, an investment made in the hope of long-term growth or as a tax advantage rather than for short-term income. Businessman's risks, plural of businessman's risk. Businessman's special, synonym of businessman's trip. Businessman's trip. A trip recreational drug experience on dimethyltryptamine. Businessmanlike, resembling or characteristic of a businessman. Businessman, plural of businessmen. Businessman's risks, plural of businessman's risk. Business, the quality of being businesslike or characteristic of a business. Business owner, alternative spelling of business owner. Business owners, plural of business owner. Business people, plural of business person. Business person, a person in business or one who works at a commercial institution. Business persons, plural of business person. Business place, a location where business takes place. Business places, plural of business place. Business wear, clothing designed to be worn in a business environment. Business why, throughout a business. Business wise, in terms of business. Businesswoman, a woman involved in business. Businesswomen, plural of businesswoman. Businessworthiness, the capacity of being businessworthy. Businessworthy, adhering to principles of ethical and responsible conduct when interacting with society. Businessy, businesslike or related to business. Busing, present participle and gerund of bus. Busjacking, the hijacking of a bus. Busjackings, plural of busjacking. What? A feast of first fruits among the Creek tribe of Native Americans, celebrated when the corn is ripe enough to be eaten. Bathge, to wing it. What? A surname. What? Simple past and past participle of busk. Busker, a person who solicits donations while entertaining the public, often by playing a musical instrument on a street or in another public area such as a park or marketplace. Buskers, plural of busker. Buskerud, a county of Norway. Wakas, plural of busk. Mosde, a small bush. Mosgets, plural of busket. Buddy, a surname. Buskies, plural of busky. Musking, a soft boot reaching to calf or knee height. Buskind, archaic form of buskind. Buskind, wearing buskins. Busking, present participle and gerund of bus. Buskings, plural of busking. Buskins, plural of buskin. Busker, a surname. Buskerks, plural of busker. Mosel, to prepare or equip, make ready, set out, hurry about, bustle. Busgold, simple past and past participle of buscle. Busgoals, third person singular simple present indicative of busco. Busgoing, present participle and gerund of buscle. Bosco, a surname. Marcus, plural of Busk. Maudi, alternative form of Bosky. Butler, a surname from German. Butlers, plural of Bustler. Butless, without a bus vehicle. Buslessness, absence of buses means of public transport. Butley, a surname. Buslis, plural of busly. Butt-like, resembling or characteristic of a bus vehicle. Busload, the amount that can fit on a bus. Busloads, plural of busload. Busman, a person employed to drive a bus. Busman's holiday, a holiday or vacation during which one does something similar to what one does as work. Busman's holidays, plural of busman's holiday. Busmate, one whom someone shares a bus ride with, a passenger on the same bus. Busmates, plural of busmate. Busman, plural of busman. Busman's holidays, plural of busman's holiday. Uso, an East Chadic language spoken in Chad. Usoga, one of the 5 traditional kingdoms in present-day Uganda. Busur, alternative form of Bushong, a Bantu language. Buspire, a mild anti-anxiety tranquilizer trademark Buspar that is administered in the form of its hydrochloride CHN5OHCl and does not induce significant tolerance or psychological dependence. Bushra, a female given name from Turkish. Bus route, rare form of bus route. Bus, a surname. Bus down, alternative spelling of bust down. Bus downs, plural of bus down. Bus down, alternative spelling of bust down. Bus downs, plural of bus down. Basar, obsolete spelling of bazaar. Bussard Ramjet, a fusion rocket that gathers fuel from the interstellar medium through attraction via a magnetic field, functioning akin to a regular ramjet. Bussard ramjets, plural of Bussard ramjet. Basars, plural of Basar. Bus down, rare spelling of bust down. Bus downs, plural of bust down. Bus, a surname from German. Bus, having been kissed lightly. Bust down, simple past and past participle of bust down. Botzing, a tetranortriterpene found in the Indian mahogany tree. Buthins, plural of bussine. Busal, a surname. Busals, plural of busal. Busal, Sultan, a coastal city in the southwest region, Western Australia. Wassanite, a triclinic petiole yellowish-brown mineral containing barium, calcium, carbon, fluorine, hydrogen, iron, manganese, oxygen, silicon, sodium, strontium, and titanium. Mavzar, a mid-sized horse used to pull a bus. Asao, obsolete form of Basra. Others, plural of Basar. Others, plural of bus. Bus is down, third person singular simple present indicative of bus down. Rathe, a city in Marion County, Iowa, United States. Athes, plural of busi. Mase, suffering from sickness, nausea, or dizziness due to the motion of a bus. Lathe, a surname. Other, comparative form of bussy, more bussy. A surname from French. Plural of bussy, yeah. Others, plural of bossy. Others, superlative form of bussy, most bussy. Wassen, alternative form of bussin. Wassen, delicious. Athines, obsolete form of business. Athineses, plural of bussines. Nothing, a surname from German. Bussing down, present participle and gerund of bus down. Nothings, plural of bussing. Utnei, a municipality in Weinfelden district, Thurgau canton, Switzerland. Bathlar, obsolete form of basra. Asu, the palm tree Manicaria saxifora. Mathas, plural of basu. Not the anus of a man. Os, to break. Bust a cap, to fire a weapon, to shoot with a gun. Bust a cap in someone's ass. Synonym of pop a cap in someone's ass. Bust a gasket. Alternative form of blow a gasket. Bust a gat. To work or try very, very hard. Bust a moo. To dance. Bust a nut. To ejaculate. Bust around. To attack someone. To assault someone. Bust ass. To work hard, especially when trying to achieve a goal. Bust ass cold. Extremely cold. Bust chops. To nag, to berate or hound in an effort to elicit action. Bust down. A woman of easy virtue. Bust downs. Plural of bust down. Bust improver. A late Victorian and Edwardian era woman's undergarment providing padding for the breasts. Bust improvers. Plural of bust improver. Busten. To enter or join something aggressively and without an invitation. Bust into. Synonym of bust in. Bust off. To shoot a gun. To shoot or start a shootout. Bust on. To make a joke concerning. To ridicule or make fun of. Bust one's arse. Alternative spelling of bust one's ass. Bust one's ass. To work very hard, to put in a great amount of effort. Bust one's balls. To work very hard. To put in a lot of effort. Bust one butt. To work exceptionally hard. Bust one's chops. To exert oneself. Bust one's gut. Synonym of bust one's balls. Bust one's hump. To work very hard, to put in strenuous effort. Bust one's neck. To work exceptionally hard. Bust out. To escape from, break out. Bust someone's agates. Alternative form of bust someone's balls. Bust someone's ass. To hurt or beat up. Bust someone's balls. To give someone a hard time, whether by playfully teasing or sincerely harassing them. Bust the dust. To clean dust off something, such as with a vacuum cleaner. Bust up. To physically damage or ruin, to be ruined, to go bankrupt, to end something. Bust down. Alternative spelling of bust down. Bust downs. Plural of bust down. Bust out. An escape attempt, usually from a prison. Bust out man. A cheat who surreptitiously exchanges normal dice with crooked ones such as busters. Bust out men. Plural of bust out man. Bust outs. Plural of bust out. Bust up. An angry argument. Bust ups. Plural of bust up. Basta. Pronunciation spelling of buster. Bustable. That one may be busted for. Bustamante, a surname from Spanish. Bustamante backbone, a hard confection made with grated coconut and ginger. Bustamantes, plural of Bustamante. Bustamen, a surname from Spanish. Bustamite, a triclinic pinacoidal mineral containing calcium, manganese, oxygen, and silicon. Busanji, alternative spelling of Bostonji. Muster, any of several large terrestrial birds of the family Attidae in the outer Attidifers that inhabit dry open country and steppes in the Old World. Bustard quail, synonym of button quail, turnix, SBP, etc. Bustard quails, plural of bustard quail. Mustards, plural of buster. Bustas, plural of busta. Bustorant, an eat-in restaurant situated inside a converted bus. Bustorants, plural of bustorant. Bust down, rare spelling of bust down. Bust downs, plural of bust down. Mostit, having a certain type of bust breasts cleavage. Busted a cap, simple past and past participle of bust a cap. Busted a gut, simple past and past participle of bust a gut. Busted a move, simple past and past participle of bust a move. Busted a nut, simple past and past participle of bust a nut. Busted around, simple past and past participle of bust around. Busted ass, simple past and past participle of bust ass. Busted down, simple past and past participle of bust down. Busted flush, a potential flush which ultimately was not filled. Busted flushes, plural of busted flush. Busted in, simple past and past participle of bust in. Busted into, simple past and past participle of bust into. Busted off, simple past and past participle of bust off. Busted on, simple past and past participle of bust on. Busted one's balls, simple past and past participle of bust one's balls. Busted one's chops, simple past and past participle of bust one's chops. Busted one's neck, simple past and past participle of bust one's neck. Busted out, simple past and past participle of bust out. Busted pilot, a pilot that fails to be developed into a series. Busted pilots, plural of busted pilot. Busted the dus, simple past and past participle of bust the dus. Busted up, simple past and past participle of bust up. Busted valise, a person who has run out of money. Busted valises, plural of busted valise. Basti, alternative spelling of Basti. Musties, plural of Busty. Buster, a surname. Buster Brown. Ellipsis of Buster Brown suit. Buster Brown suit, a belted, double-breasted tunic or jacket worn with a large round collar, floppy bow, and shorts or knickerbockers, popular for young boys in the United States in the early 20th century. Buster Brown suits, plural of Buster Brown suit. Buster Browns, plural of Buster Brown. Buster collar, synonym of Elizabethan collar protective device worn by an animal. Buster collars, plural of Buster collar. Busters, plural of Buster. Busted, moonshine strong home-brewed alcoholic drink. Moste, a tree native to Florida and the Caribbean, Sideroxylon salicifolium. Masticate, to break into pieces. Masticate, simple past and past participle of busticate. Masticates, third person singular simple present indicative of busticate. Busticating, present participle and gerund of busticate. Mustics, plural of buste. Ate, a tight-fitting women's top, often strapless, which covers the bust and sometimes extends over the belly, worn either as an undergarment or as outerwear. Aset, plural of bustiae. Adis, superlative form of busty, most busty. Ethio, a surname. Etheos, a surname from Spanish. Bustuloses, plural of bustillos. Bustily, in a busty manner. Bustin, pronunciation, spelling of busting. Bustiness, the condition or state of being busty. Musting, urgently needing to urinate, alternative form of bursting. Busting a cap, present participle and gerund of bust a cap. Busting a gut, present participle and gerund of bust a gut. Busting a move, present participle and gerund of bust a move. Busting a nut, present participle and gerund of bust a nut. Busting around, present participle and gerund of bust around. Busting ass, present participle and gerund of bust ass. Busting down, present participle and gerund of bust down. Busting in, present participle and gerund of bust in. Busting into, present participle and gerund of bust into. Busting off, present participle and gerund of bust off. Busting on, present participle and gerund of bust on. Busting one's balls, present participle and gerund of bust one's balls.
This is the one.
Busting
This
one's
is the one.
chops.
This is the
Present
one.
participle
This.
and gerund of bust one's chops.
This is the one.
Busting
Okay.
one snack. Present
It was the one.
participle and
That
gerund
was
of
the
bust one
one.
snack.
That actually worked. It went on the scoreboard, so yeah.
Busting
That
out.
was one.
Present participle and gerund of bust
That was
out.
indeed that one.
Busting the dust. Present participle and gerund of bust the dust.
This is that one, you
Busting
know.
up. Present participle and gerund of bust
This
up.
is that attempt.
Busting. Plural of busting. Substitute. To substitute a rail service with buses or a bus service, either temporarily or permanently. Bustituting. Simple past participle of bustitute. Bustitute. Third person singular simple present indicative of bustitute. Bustituting. Present participle and gerund of bustitute. Bustitution. The temporary or permanent substitution of a bus service for a rail train, tram, etc. or trolleybus service. Bustitution. Plural of bustitution.
Okay.
Basel, a surname from German. Basel, simple past and past participle of bustle. Butler, one who bustles, an active, stirring person. Butlers,
They do that sometimes.
plural of bustler. Vials, plural of bustle. Bustle song, characterized or
Oh.
marked by bustling, full of activity.
Twice in a row, nice.
Bustling, third person singular simple present indicative of bustle. Bustling, resembling or characteristic of a bust. Bustline, a notional line around a woman's bust. Bustline, plural of bustline. Bustling, busy, full of energy and noisy activity. Bustlingly, in a bustling manner.
Well, I don't know why, but
Plural
practicing
of bustle.
these clicks that I'm playing right now
Busluses,
so
having
much
a
harder if you're
luscious
not
bus.
It's so much easier if you're doing them in a
Full
row.
of
I don't
bustle,
know why,
tending to
but
bustle around.
it's just true.
Must
Like here they feel frame perfect,
Go.
but then
Surname.
before
Bustos.
it's
Plural
so much
of
easier.
Busto. Bustos, a surname from Spanish. Bustos. The plural of Bustos. Bustrofeden. Alternative form of Balstrofeden. Busts, plural of bus. Busts a cap. Third person singular simple present indicative of bust a cap. Busts a gut. Third person singular simple present indicative of bust a gut.
This impossible
Busts a
timing.
Third
What is an
person
impossible
singular
timing?
simple present indicative of
Like-
bust a move. Busts a nut. Third person
Oh, well, like, am I
singular
clicking
simple
too early?
present
I'm clicking
indicative
too
of
early.
busting nut.
No, I'm clicking too
Busts around.
late.
Third person
Late?
singular simple
Early.
present indicative of bust around. Bust sass.
So
Third
hard to
person
read.
singular simple present indicative of bust ass. Busts down. Third person singular simple present indicative
What is this
of bust
timing?
down. Bust in. Third person singular simple present indicative of bust in. Bust into. Third person singular simple present indicative of bust into. Bust
Oh my god!
Third person singular simple present indicative of bust off. Busts on. Third person singular simple present indicative
Oh.
of bust on.
Okay, okay.
Busts one's balls. Third person singular simple present indicative of bust one's balls. Busts one's chops. Third person singular simple present indicative of bust one's chops. Busts one's neck. Third person singular simple present indicative of bust one's neck. Busts out. Third person singular simple present indicative of bust out. Bust the dust. Third person singular simple present indicative of bust the dust.
I hope to
Bust
get
up.
a
Third person singular simple present indicative
73
of bust
to
up. Bust a chick.
85. It
A
just feels like a
common
realistic
Polish
and fun
county,
goal.
Romania. Author-
Apparently this
having
is
large
easier than the
breasts.
duel. I don't agree with that, but I can definitely get it
a
to more consistent
municipality
than the
of
mini ball.
Palawan, Philippines.
This is also apparently easier than the mini ball. I
Particular
highly
drug
disagree
used
on
in
that.
chemotherapy. Yosulfan.
And then this part is
Alternative
only a
form
bit
of
slightly
vehicle.
harder than the mini ball.
Unity, a
That,
long dress worn
like
by
that, I
women in
disagree
Uganda.
with. Like that's not a good
Usities.
take in my eyes. Like that's just not.
Plural of Yusudi. Agomsi. Yusudis.
So yeah, it's a bit harder
Plural
than
of
being.
Yusudi. Mazwai. A
Like, is it harder
right-of-way,
than 6
roadway,
separate?
or lane for the exclusive use of buses, possibly
I don't know,
only
but it's
during
good. It's
peak
good enough to
traffic
cover
hours.
on.
Otherwise, plural of busway. Buswell, a surname.
Also, this
Buswell.
part is. Why
Plural
is this
of
part so
buswell.
hard, bro?
Bit crowded with business or activities.
There we go.
Having a great deal going on. Busy around. To stay busy by doing various
Ooh,
tasks
okay.
or activities. Busy as a beer. Very busy. Busy as a bee.
What's my
Very
actual
active,
overall consistency
working
on this? It's
constantly.
probably not that good, and
Busy
also
as a dyke in a
not
hardware
that well.
store. Extremely
Yeah, it's like
busy.
not liney enough.
Busy
It's not.
as a nailer. Working
I don't know how to describe it.
constantly.
It's like it's too straight.
Busy as a one-armed paper hanger. Extremely busy. Nearly beaver. Someone who is very
Yeah, that's
busy
definitely
or
not
hard
gonna
working.
stay true for long.
Busy beaver function. The mathematical function denoted by sigma n that maps each positive integer n to the number of steps required for the busy beaver among machines with two colors and n states determinate. Busy beaver functions. plural of busy beaver function.
What happens when the
Beavers,
save device,
plural of busy beaver.
like, I'm definitely gonna get over
Busy.
100 times this, or maybe even 1,000
A
times
hardworking person.
as many clicks
Babies,
as
plural of busy
that I currently
beaver.
have on the save device, because
Busy
I've had it
board.
for like
A
2
baby's
days.
toy consisting of a board with various movable parts mounted on it. Busy boards, plural of busy board. Busy bodies, plural of busy body. Busy body, alternative spelling of busybody. Busy box, a young child's toy that features multiple activities. Busy boxes, plural of busy box. Busy little beaver, someone who has completed or accomplished many tasks or works. Busy little beavers, plural of busy little beaver. Lily lily, a common flowering plant, impatient valeriana. A loop that actively consumes CPU cycles while waiting for an event. Busy loops, plural of busy loop. Busy signal, an audible signal to the calling party that indicates failure to complete the requested connection, an engaged tone. Busy signals, plural of busy signal. Busy work or activity performed with the intention or result of occupying time and not necessarily to accomplish something productive. Routine work of low priority undertaken for the sake of avoiding idleness. Business, alternative spelling of business. Busy work, alternative form of busy work. Busybody, simple past and past participle of busybody. Busybodies, plural of busybody. Busybodiness, alternative form of busybodiness. Busybody, someone who interferes with others, one who is nosy, intrusive, or meddlesome. Isaye, the behavior of a busybody, interference, meddlesomeness. Isaye, like a busybody, interfering, meddling.
Probably
Ism,
gonna play
the
Catechism for
behavior
a
of
little
a
bit then.
busybody, interfering, meddling.
Feeling a little bit less.
Busybodiness, the quality of being a busybody. Present participle and gerund of busy. Busy around. Present participle and gerund of busy around. Plural of busy. Somewhat busy. Vetiness, the state of being busy. Busyness, obsolete form of business. Businesses, plural of busyness. Busy work, alternative form of busy work. What? A surname. But and Ben, a two-roomed cottage, a small house or shack. Not for, except for. Save for, not counting, were it not for, had it not been for. But for the grace of God, were it not for God's help. Let go. Good. To a high degree, very thoroughly, in a most definite manner. But hey, used to show that the thing just referred to is not ideal or does not support the argument, but that the situation cannot be improved upon, or the speaker is unwilling to try. But, unless, let me know, buts, used to cut off objections or qualifications. But seriously, folks, used to redirect attention to immediately preceding a failed attempt at humor. But then again, on the other hand, used to show that the opposite viewpoint is possible. But who's counting? Used as a retort or comeback, often to deprecate oneself or another for excessive concern or attention to detail. But contraction of but has. But denotes the presence of 4 carbon atoms in the parent chain when forming names of organic compounds. Ud, alternative form of bode. Butybarbital, the United States adopted name of secutebarbital. Butylking, a local anesthetic. chlor, an acetanilide herbicide. Butaclemol, and antipsychotic drug used only in research. Butadiene, an unsaturated hydrocarbon, CH equals CH equals CH2. It is obtained from petroleum and is used in the preparation of the synthetic rubber pellet butadiene. Butadienes, plural of butadiene. Butadiene, any salt or ester of butadienoic acid. Butadienoics, plural of butadienos. Butadienoic acid. The alanyl-carboxylic acid CH equals CHQ. Butadiene ions, any substituent derived from butadiene. Butadinylation, reaction with butadiene. Butadienyls, plural of butadienyl. Butadienes, the decan CH that is used in RDA synthesis. Diacetylene. Plural of butadiene. The identical HC identical to CC identical to C butadiene. Plural of butadiene. Butadiene, a barangay of Kapatagan, Lanao and Del, North, Philippines. Butaphosphin, an organic phosphorus compound used as a drug in animals. Butawa, a surname. Butawamine, a vasodilator drug. Butalas, plural of butala. Butyl, a barbiturate drug. Butylene, a bicyclic aromatic hydrocarbon composed of 2 cyclobutadiene rings. Butamine, a local anesthetic, the ester of benzoic acid and butanol. Butamarate, a particular cough suppressant. Butamycel, an anthelminthic drug. Butamoxane, an adrenergic antagonist. Butanol, butylaldehyde. Butanamide, butyramide. Butanamides, plural of butanamide. Butane, a hydrocarbon either of the 2 isomers of C4H-N-butane and 2-methylpropane found in gaseous petroleum fractions. Butanidamide, 6-cinnamide, is any alternative form of putrescine. Butane carboxylic acid, adipic acid, butadienitrile, 6-cinnanitrile, is an alternative form of malactin. Butanioic acid, 6-cinnamic acid, is any of 4 isomeric deals derived from butane. Plural of butadienol.
Hold up.
Butadiene, the simplest dicton CH3COCOCH3 used as an aroma agent and derivative of this compound. Butaneins, plural of butadiene. Butanes, plural of butane. Butanethyl, ethyl, derived from butane, that is the sulfur equivalent of butanol. Partly smell of skunk. Butanethyls, plural of butanethyl. Butylicane, any salt or ester of butanoic acid.
How do I pin this fucking thing
Butanotes,
down?
plural of butanote. Butanoic. Acid. Glyceride is one of the principal components of the flavor of butter. Butanol, any of 4 isomeric aliphatic alcohols, C4H9O. Butanolate, butox,
Hold up.
Butanol.
Okay.
Any of 4 isomeric aliphatic alcohols, C4H90.
Boop.
Butanolate. Butoxi. Butanolates. Plural of butanolate. Butanolate. Alternative form of butanoli. Butanoli. The cyclic lactone derived from 4-hydroxybutanoic acid, any of its derivatives. Butanolides. Plural of butanoli. Butanolides. Plural of butanolic. Butanols. Plural of butanol. Butanon. A simple aliphatic keton CH3CH2COC3 piped industrially as a solvent for use in the manufacture of paints, etc. Butanons. Plural of butanon. Butanoil. A univalent radical derived from butanoic acid. Butanylation. A reaction that introduces a butanoid group into a molecule. Butanol. Plural of butanoil. Butanserin. A particular alpha-adrenergic blocking drug. Butantrone. An anthraquinone compound.
Clicked another key off.
Butaperazine. A typical antipsychotic of the phenethiazine class. Butapros. Prostaglandin analog. Butyratari. Azole and Kiribati. Buta. Plural of buta. Butaxamine. A beta-2 selective beta blocker used in certain experimental situations, but not clinically. What? Male nickname. Which cut? Synonym of brush cut. Which cuts? Plural of which cut. Which queen? A gay male who is neither overtly masculine nor overtly feminine, but displays the mannerisms of both genders. Butch queen. Plural of butch queen. Butchet? To become more butch masculine. Butch
Let's see if
queen.
we could do it with just regular
Alternative
old
form
spam now.
of butch queen. Butch
I might be
queen.
able to.
Plural of butch queen. Orchid. The young of any animal. Butchars. The surname. Butches. Plural of butcha. Butch. Simple past. Past participle of butch. Butched up. Simple past. Past participle of butch up. Butcher. A surname originating as an occupation for a butcher. Butcher bird.
Okay, yeah, never mind. I'm not doing
Alternative
this.
spelling of butcher bird. Butcher birds.
Let's just PB
Plural
on
of butcher bird.
So we're gonna click.
Butcher block. A style of assembled wood often sugar maple, beef, or walnut used as heavy-duty chopping blocks, tabletop, and cutting boards. Butcher blocks. Plural of butcher block. Butcher blue. Navy blue. Butcher boy. A wood mouse any of various terrestrial crustaceans of the suborder Anacidia. Butcher knife. Alternative spelling of butcher's knife. Butcher knives. Plural of butcher knife. Butcher paper. A kind of absorbent craft paper originally sold to butchers in large sheets for rabbit meat and fish, and now used for arts and crafts of primary education. Butcher paper. Plural of butcher paper. Butcher shop. Alternative spelling of butcher shop. Butcher shops. Plural of butcher shop. Butcher stripes. Vertical stripes on a garment, usually thin white stripes on a navy blue background. Butcher. Synonym of butcher shop. Butcher's apron. Alternative letter case form
Maybe I
of
might
butcher's
remember that, but I don't know what it was.
Butcher's apron. The Union Jack as a symbol of oppressive British nationalism. Butcher's apron. Plural of butcher's apron. Butcher's apron. Plural of butcher's apron. Butcher's bill.
Ooh.
Death cold. Butcher's block. Alternative form of butcher block. Butcher's block. Plural of butcher's block. Butcher's broom. Any plant of the genus Ruscus, especially Ruscus dilatus. Butcher's hook. A hook used by a butcher for hanging carcasses or meat. Butcher's hook, plural of butcher's hook. Butcher's knife, alternative spelling of butcher's knife. Butcher's morning, a white cat with a black morning hat band. Butcher's paper, a strong, slightly off-white paper coming in large sheets traditionally used to wrap meat. Butcher's shop, synonym of butcher shop. Butcher's steak, synonym of hanger steak. Butcher's stripes, alternative form of butcher stripes. Butcher's thumb, a dishonest practice in which a butcher uses their thumb to add extra weight to a scale when weighing meat. Butcher bird, many of the magpie-like birds in the genetic practices of Australia. Butcher bird, plural of butcher bird. Butcher block, alternative form of butcher block. Butcher blocks, plural of butcher block. Butcherdom, the condition or trade of a butcher. Butcher, simple past and past participle of butcher. Butcher, one who butchers, a brutal or indiscriminate killer. Butcherers, plural of butcheress. Butcheress, a female butcher dealer in meat. Butcheresses, plural of butcheress. Butcheries, plural of butchery. Butchering, present participle and gerund of butcher. Butcherings, plural of butchering.
God, I
Butcher
fucking love
knife,
water.
alternative form of butcher's knife. Butcher knife, plural of butcher knife. Butcher. Without a butcher. Butcher-like, resembling or characteristic of a butcher. Butchoiness, the quality of being butcher-like. Butchoid, like a butcher characterized by slaughter, savage. Butcheress, involving butchery or violent bloodshed. Butcher, plural of butcher. Butcher. Hook, plural of butcher's hook. Butcher's knife.
Oh, okay.
Sharp knife used by the butcher for hacking meats. Butcher's knives, plural of butcher's knife. Butcher's paper, alternative form of butcher paper.
Oh my
Shop,
god,
a store
dude.
that sells
I hate this
meat.
stuff.
Butcher shops, plural of butcher shop. Butchery, the cruel, ruthless killings of humans, as at a slaughterhouse. Butcher, plural of butch. Butch is up. Third person singular simple present indicative of butch up. Butchess, superlative form of butch, most butch. Butch, comparative form of butchy or butchy. A gift, superlative form of butchy, most butchy. Butchiness, butchness. Butch, trade of a butcher. Butching up, present participle and gerund of butch out. Butch, in a butch manner. Butchness, the quality of being gush. Butch phobia, the dislike or hatred of butch women. Butch, like or characteristic of a butch. Any of a number of towns in English-speaking countries. Theodore, a surname from French. Budas, plural of Buto. Butembo, a city in the northeastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. Butanahai, a synthetic benzylamine antifungal drug. Butamel, proteinaldehyde. Buty, any of several forms of butylene. Butanediene, any diketone derived from a butene. Butanedians, plural of butanediene. Butenes, plural of butene. Ruveni, a commune and village in Arad County, Romania. Butanoate, any salt or ester of butanoic acid, crotonate. Butanoates, plural of butanoate. Butanoic, of or pertaining to butanoic acid or its derivatives. Butanoic acid, protonic acid. Butanol, any of several isomeric alcohols derived from a butene, but especially crotyl alcohol. Butanoli, the cyclic lactone derived from 4-hydroxybutanoic acid, one of the isomers of furanon, any of its derivatives. Butanolides, plural of butanoli. Butanols, plural of butanol. Butanon, the desiderated L that get to and each 8 equals Z, 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 Z. Butanol, a functional group consisting of a butene chain with an attached carbonyl group, or a compound that contains such a functional group. Butanol, any of several isomeric univalent radicals derived from butene, but especially crotyl. Butanylidene, any of 4 isomeric divalent radicals derived from a butene. Butanylidines, plural of butanylidene. Butanyls, plural of butanil. Butani, synonym of vinylacetylene. Ida, any of the Broadway sewing actors of the genus Buteo. Bidani, any bird in the Equipus subfamily Butadini. Idanins, plural of butanine. It is, plural of buteo. Butera, a surname from Italian. Buterus, plural of butera. Buterbaugh, a surname. Buterbaughs, plural of buterbaugh. Burin, a surname from Russian. Butz, plural of butte. Butcher, synonym of Bute, a historical county of Scotland. Butel, butarbarbitol. Butethamine, a particular local anesthetic. Butetown, a suburban area and community in the city of Cardiff, Wales, OS grid ref SD 1875. Butico method, an alternative therapy involving the use of breathing exercises as a treatment for asthma and other conditions. A surname. Buthalitol, a barbiturate derivative which was under development as a short-acting anesthetic. Mouthid, any scorpion in the family Buthidae. Mouthids, plural of buthid. Athevis, a particular fungicide. Athene, an amino acid whose sulfoxamine is used in chemotherapy. Was, plural of Bath. Usheta, a town on Lake Albert in the western region of Uganda. Butabufin, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Butadrine, an adrenergic antagonist. Butafera, alternative form of Butafera. Butaferas, plural of Butafera. Butic, a municipality of Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Butacacin, a semisynthetic aminobutazide antibiotic CHN50 which produces similar levels of catalytoxicity to that of kanamycin A in guinea pigs. Butylphenin, a diagnostic reagent. Butin, a surname. Butamazacine, an opioid analgesic of the benzomorphin family, never marketed. Butic, a barangay of Pasig, Metro Manila, Philippines. Butanoli, an anticholinergic drug used as an antispasmodic. Butyrosine, any of a family of aminobutazide antibiotics produced by Bacillus circulans. Butyrosins, plural of butyrosine. Utixocort, a therapeutic glucocorticoid. Utazide, a diuretic. BACkl, a surname. BACkl, plural of BUTQX. Bucto, a surname. Mutland, a surname. Buttle, alternative form of buttle. Buddled, simple past and past participle of buttle. Butler, a surname. Butler Cafe, alternative spelling of Butler Cafe. Butler Cafe, a novelty restaurant originating in and found predominantly in Japan, in which guests are served by male waiters in butler costumes who treat them as masters or mistresses in a private home rather than as restaurant patrons. Butler Cafes, plural of Butler Cafe. Butler Cafes, plural of Butler Cafe. Butler County, one of 67 counties in Alabama, United States. County seat, Greenville, named after William Butler. Butler English, a dialect of Indian English that first developed as an occupational dialect in the years of the Madras Presidency. Butler lie, a polite lie told in a text, on the phone, or through a similar electronic medium that provides an excuse for why one is unavailable. Butler lies, plural of butler lie. Butler steak, synonym of flat iron steak. Butler steaks, plural of butler steak. Butler's assistant, synonym of lazy Susan rotating tray for serving food. Butler's pantry, a large walk-in pantry equipped with a sink and possibly some kitchen appliances. Butler's steak, alternative form of butler steak. Butler's steaks, plural of butler's steak. Butteridge, a duty formerly paid to the king's butler on every ton of wine imported into England by foreign merchants. Butteridges, plural of Butteridge. Butlerdom, the status or sphere of butlers. Butler, simple past and past participle of butler. Butteress, a female butler. Butteresses, plural of butteress. Butlerian, of or relating to Samuel Butler 1835-1902, iconoclastic Victorian author. Butlerian Jihad, a notional large-scale and vehement opposition to and suppression of artificial intelligence. Butlerians, plural of Butlerian. Butlery, archaic form of butlery butler's pantry. Butleries, plural of butlery. Butlerin, an organic compound found in some lichens. Butlery, present participle and gerund of butler. Butlerite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing hydrogen, iron, oxygen, and sulfur. Butlerless, without a butler. Butler-like, resembling or characteristic of a butler. Butlerly, befitting a butler. Butlers, plural of butler. Butler's steak, alternative form of butler steak. Butler's steaks, plural of butler's steak. Butler's steak, alternative form of butler steak. Butler's steaks, plural of butler's steak. Butlership, the rank, office, or position of a butler. Butlerships, plural of butlership. Butlery, butler's pantry, serving pantry. Buttles, third person singular simple present indicative of buttle. Butlin, a surname. Butlines, reminiscent of the Butlins chain of British holiday camps with various family-oriented activities and entertainments supervised by redcoats. Buttling, present participle and gerund of buttle. Button, a buttress of an arch, the supporter, or that part which joins it to the upright pier. Buttment, cheek, the part of amortized timber surrounding the mortise and against which the shoulders of the tenon bear. Buttment, cheeks, plural of buttment, cheek. Buttments, plural of buttment. Buttner, a surname. Buttners, plural of buttner. Theodol, synonym of wajet. Butabarbital, a hypnotic barbiturate drug. Butabarbital. Butabarbital. Butabendiene, an antiarrhythmic drug. Butaconazole, an imidazole antifungal drug used in gynecology. Butaphylalol, a beta blocker drug for the treatment of hypertension. Buto, a form of Japanese contemporary dance. Butoiesti, a commune of Mehedinti County, Romania. Butamaceous, of or relating to the Butamaceae. Butan, an island in Indonesia located off the southeast peninsula of Sulawesi. Butanate, an anthelminthic drug. Butay, a barangay of Caballao, Laguna, Philippines. Butapamine, a beta-adrenergic agonist. Butapiprine, an antitussive drug. Butaprazine, an antiarrhythmic drug. Butapirinoxole, an insect repellent used against ticks. Butorphanol, a synthetic analgesic and antitussive opioid drug trademark Stadol administered in the form of its tartrate CH-NO-C4H606 as a nasal spray or by injection, especially for the relief of pain. Butyl, a surname. Butoxamine, alternative form of butaxamine. Butoxi, any butyl ether. Butoxides, plural of butoxi. Butoxy, the ether radical derived from butanol. Butoxetanol, the monobutyl ether of ethylene glycol, used as a solvent and in cleaning products. Butoxylate, an antidiarrheal drug. Butylene, a pre-emergent herbicide used to control suckers on tobacco with EUPAC name Racan butane 2-il 4-tert butyl 2,6-dinitroaniline. Butriptyline, a tricyclic antidepressant drug, the isobutyl side chain homologue of amitriptyline. Butts, plural of bus. Butscallion, of or relating to Butscalism. Butscalism, a centrist economic policy obtaining in post-war Britain, upheld by both Conservative and Labour chancellors. Matoden, a Buddhist shrine comprising a wooden cabinet with doors that enclose and protect a religious icon. Butsudens, plural of Butsuden. But, a surname. But and Ben. Alternative spelling of but and Ben. But bag, a fanny pack. But bags, plural of butt bag. Butt breath, alternative form of butt breath. Butt breaths, plural of butt breath. Butt buddies, plural of butt buddy. Butt buddy, alternative form of butt buddy. Butt burr, synonym of bottom burp. Butt burps, plural of butt burr. Butt call, an unintentional telephone call made from a cell phone in a back pant pocket due to body movement or sitting down. Butt calls, plural of butt call. Butt check, alternative form of butt check. Butt checked, simple past and past participle of butt check. Butt checking, present participle and gerund of butt check. Butt checks, plural of butt check. Butt cheek, a wallet. Butt cheeks, plural of butt cheek. Butt chin, a cleft chin. Butt chins, plural of butt chin. Butt chisel, a short chisel with beveled sides and straight edge for creating joints. Butt chisels, plural of butt chisel. Butt char, to consume alcohol via the anus leading to rapid intoxication. Butt chugged, simple past and past participle of butt chug. Butt chugger, someone who butt chugs. Butt chuggers, plural of butt chugger. Butt chugging, present participle and gerund of butt chug. Butt chugs, third person singular simple present indicative of butt chug. Butt cleavage, synonym of plumber's crack. Butt cleavages, plural of butt cleavage. Butt crack. The gluteal cleft. Butt crack of dawn, an intensifier used in the same contexts as crack of dawn, but more intense. Butt cracks, plural of butt crack. Butt dial, a situation when one's cell phone makes a call from one's back pocket where its buttons are being inadvertently pressed. Butt dialed, simple past and past participle of butt dial. Butt dialing, the action of making a call from a cell phone in one's back pocket where its buttons are being inadvertently pressed. Butt dialed, simple past and past participle of butt dial. Butt dialing, present participle and gerund of butt dial. Butt dials, plural of butt dial. Butt end, the thick end of something. Butt ends, plural of butt end. Butt floss, a pair of thong underpants or a swimsuit in the same style. Butt fusion, a technique for joining pipes by heating the pipe ends and then fusing them through pressure. Butt heads, to argue uncompromisingly. Butt hinge, a kind of hinge used in hanging doors, lid, covers, etc. So named because fastened on the edge of the door, which butts against the frame, stop molding, and casing instead of on its face like the strap hinge, also called a butt. Butt hinges, plural of butt hinge. Butt her, alternative form of butt third. Button, to join a conversation or situation in which one is not welcome or invited. To interject connotes a rude or discourteous interruption. Butt in a sling, alternative form of ass in a sling. Butt yeah, a plastic surgical procedure to alter the appearance of the buttocks, especially for cosmetic reasons, the resulting physical appearance of the buttocks. Butt jobs, plural of butt jaw. Butt joint, a joint formed by adjacent, separate section of material, such as where two neighboring pieces of insulation abut. Butt joints, plural of butt joint. Butt juice, semen, saliva, or other fluid lubricant present inside the rectum. Butt juices, plural of butt juice. Butt lift, a type of cosmetic surgery to increase the size of one's buttocks. Butt load, alternative form of butt load. Butt loads, plural of butt load. Butt lover, a person who is physically attracted to people's buttocks. Butt lovers, plural of butt lover. Butt monkey, an annoying and irksome person. Butt monkeys, plural of butt monkey. Butt munching, alternative form of butt munching. Butt naked, alternative spelling of butt naked. Butt out, to stop interfering, mind one's own business. Butt pet, a piece of padding placed on the butt of a gun for comfort and to absorb recoil. Butt pads, plural of butt pad. Butt pirate, a gay man. Butt pirates, plural of butt pirate. Butt plug, a sex toy designed for insertion into the anus and rectum. Butt plugs, plural of butt plug. Butt rider, a homosexual male. Butt riders, plural of butt rider. Butt rock, alternative form of butt rock. Butt set, synonym of buttinsky. Butt set, plural of butt set. Butt sex, anal sex. Butt spike, a small blade or spike on the rear end of a spear used as a counterbalance and as a backup if the spear broke. Butt spikes, plural of butt spike. Butt stuff, synonym of anal sex. Butt ugly, alternative spelling of butt ugly. Butt to touch closely, to scrape against, to press firmly against. Butt virginity, the state of never having received anal sex. Butt wink, an error while performing a squat of bending the lower back and moving the pelvis in under the body. Butt winks, plural of butt wink. Butt woman, alternative spelling of butt woman. Butt women, plural of butt woman. Butt worm, a pinworm. Butt worms, plural of butt worm. Butt breath, alternative form of butt breath. Butt breaths, plural of butt breath. Butt brush effect, a loss of interest in buying a product in a crowded store if one is inadvertently touched from behind by another shopper passing by. Butt check, alternative form of butt check. Butt checked, simple past and past participle of butt check. Butt checking, present participle and gerund of butt check. Butt checks, plural of butt check. Butt cheek, alternative spelling of butt cheek. Butt cheeks, plural of butt cheek. Butt chin, alternative form of butt chin. Butt chins, plural of butt chin. Butt char, alternative form of butt chug. Butt chug, simple past and past participle of butt chug. Butt chugging, present participle and gerund of butt chug. Butt chugs, third person singular simple present indicative of butt chug. Butt clenching, synonym of buttock clenching. Butt fucking, anal sex. Butt huggers, men's briefs, underwear. Butt her, alternative form of butt third. Butt kicking, a beating, a decisive or humiliating defeat, a severe reprimand. Butt load, alternative form of butt load. Butt loads, plural of butt load. Butt munching, synonym of annoying. Butt naked, stark naked, completely nude. Butt rape, the act of forcing anal sex upon another person without their consent and / or against their will. Butt raped, simple past and past participle of butt rape. Butt rapes, plural of butt rape. Butt raping, present participle and gerund of butt rape. Butt rock and roll music of a style or subgenre disparaged as uninteresting or out of fashion. Butt slapping, slapping the buttocks, an action associated with jest or as in a locker room. Butt slappings, plural of butt slapping. Butt stinking, of a person, naked or unclothed. Butt ton, a large amount. Butt tons, plural of button. But hadui, extreme liabui. But weld, alternative form of but weld. But welded, simple past and past participle of but weld. But woman, a female lay church worker who tends the pews in a church, a sextoness. But women, plural of but woman. Buttle, alternative form of a buttle, the butting or boundary of land. Buttles, plural of buttle. Buttass, synonym of very. Buttasses, plural of buttass. Buttre, synonym of arse breath. Butt breaths. Plural of butt breath. Buttbades, plural of butt buddy. Buttbuddy, a man's male sex partner. Buttjack, the act of putting one's behind down to check a fall while staying sliding along the snow on the snowboard. Butt checked, simple past and past participle of butt check. Butt checking, present participle and gerund of butt check. Butt jacks, plural of butt check. Butt cheek, alternative spelling of butt cheek. Butt cheeks, plural of butt cheek. Butt char, alternative form of butt chug. Butchered, simple past and past participle of butcher. Butchering, present participle and gerund of butcher. Butchers, third person singular simple present indicative of butcher. Butt crack, the gluteal cleft. Butt cracks, plural of butt crack. Butt, a surname. Butt County, one of 58 counties in California, United States. County seat, Oroville. Butt Creek Canyon, a census-designated place in Butt County, California, United States. Butt Falls, a city in Jackson County, Oregon, United States. Butt Meadows, a census-designated place in Butt County, California, United States. Butt Valley, a census-designated place in Butt County, California, United States. Bodega, a boutique, a small shop. Bodegas, plural of bodega. Butt, simple past and past participle of butt. Butted heads, simple past and past participle of butt heads. Butted in, simple past and past participle of butt in. Butted out, simple past and past participle of butt out. Butted ha, simple past and past participle of butt up. A commune of Basse-Rhine Department, Alsace, Grand Est, France. Mother, a surname. Mother Bar, a second lieutenant. Butter bars, plural of butter bar. Butter bean, any bean of certain species, including. Butter beans, plural of butter bean. Butter boar, a dish consisting of soft butter spread over a wooden cutting board and sprinkled with condiments, ingredients, and edible decorations such as salt, pepper, chili flakes, honey, lemon zest, fruit or vegetable slices. Herbs or edible flowers. Butter boards, plural of butter boar. Butter boat, a shallow jug used for serving melted butter. Butter boats, plural of butter boat. Butter bomb, a wine in which diacetyl is deliberately promoted in order to impart a buttery flavor. Butter bombs, plural of butter bomb. Water bread, bread that is prepared from dough that has been enriched with butter. Butter breads, plural of butter bread. BACkl, a toffee ice cream flavoring. Butter cake, a cake in which one of the main ingredients is butter, along with sugar, eggs, flour, and leavening agents such as baking powder, similar to a pound cake. Butter cakes, plural of butter cake. Butter chicken, a mild curry with marinated chicken in a makhani sauce. Butter clam, a species of clam, Saxidamus gigantea, commonly harvested as food. Butter clams, plural of butter clam. Buttercream, alternative form of buttercream. Buttercreams, plural of buttercream. Butter curler, a kitchen tool designed to produce decorative butter shapes for use in food decoration. Butter curlers, plural of butter curler. Butter dish, a specialized dish for serving butter, typically consisting of the base with a separate fitting lid with its own handle. Butter dishes, plural of butter dish. Butter down, to butter something thoroughly, to add a substantial amount of butter to something. Butterface, alternative form of butterface. Butterfaces, plural of butterface. Butterfat, alternative form of butterfat. Butterfats, plural of butterfat, alternative form of butterfats. Butterfingers, alternative form of butterfingers. Butterflat, a kind of buttery layered bread eaten in the Caribbean. Butterflaps, plural of butterflap. Butterflower, buttercup. Butterflowers, plural of butterflower. Butterfruit, the avocado. Butterfruits, plural of butterfruit. Butter icing, buttercream. Butter icings, plural of butter icing. Butterkeeper, a type of butter dish consisting of a two-piece container in which butter is stored in the top portion, while the bottom portion is filled with an inch of water in order to keep the butter fresh. Butter keepers, plural of butter keeper. Butter knife, a non-serrated or unilaterally serrated table knife with a dull edge and rounded point, designed for spreading butter on a piece of bread without tearing it. Butter knives, plural of butter knife. Butter lamp, a lamp that is a common feature of Tibetan Buddhist temples and monasteries throughout the Himalayas. Butter lamps, plural of butter lamp. Butter measure, a portable device designed for sampling grain and checking the quality of butter. Butter measures, plural of butter measure. Butter mochi, a kind of mochi cake made with butter, eaten in Hawaii. Butter mountain, a large surplus of butter, especially as produced by the European Economic Community or its successors. Butter mountains, plural of butter mountain. Butter muslin, a cotton fabric similar to cheesecloth but with a tighter weave, used for draining and wrapping butter and cheeses. Butter my butt and call it a biscuit, alternative form of butter my butt and call me a biscuit. Butter my butt and call me a biscuit, an expression of astonishment upon learning something unbelievable, chiefly something positive. Butter of antimony, antimony trichloride. Butter of arsenic, the compound arsenic trichloride. Butter of tin, tin tetrachloride pentahydrate. Butter of zinc, zinc chloride. Butter oil, clarified butter. Butter one's bread on both sides, to profit from two things at the same time, especially when those things seem contradictory or incompatible. Butter out, to be spread like butter over a surface or, figuratively, over a concept, group of people, etc. Butter paddle, one of a pair of wooden tools used to shape butter into small blocks. Butter paddles, plural of butter paddle. Butter paper, wax paper. Butter papers, plural of butter paper. Butter pat, a type of wooden paddle used to shape butter. Butter pats, plural of butter pat. Butter pear, the avocado. Butter pears, plural of butter pear. Butter pie, a traditional savory pie consisting mainly of onions and potatoes. Butter pies, plural of butter pie. Butter plate, synonym of butter dish. Butter plates, plural of butter plate. Butter salt, salt with artificial butter flavoring, often used as a seasoning for popcorn. Butter scoop, a wooden implement used to take small portions of butter from a container. Butter scoops, plural of butter scoop. Butter slime, a slime with a creamy, spreadable texture used as a plaything. Butter slimes, plural of butter slime. Butter someone's biscuit, to interest or appeal to someone, to make someone happy. Butter tart, a tart filled with butter, sugar, eggs, and often raisins. Butter tarts, plural of butter tart. Butter tea, a traditional drink in Tibet, Nepal, Bhutan, and Sikkim, made from tea leaves, butter traditionally from yak milk, water, and salt. Butter teas, plural of butter tea. Butter tea, plural of butter tooth. Butter the canaille, to take advantage of an unmissable opportunity. Butter tofu, a vegetarian curry similar to butter chicken but replacing the meat with tofu. Butter tooth, either of the two middle incisors of the upper jaw. Butter tree, the tree that produces shea butter, Vitellaria paradoxa. Butter trees, plural of butter tree. Butter up, to flatter, especially with the intent of personal gain. Butter week, synonym of Maslenitsa Slavic festival. Butter will not melt in someone's mouth. Alternative form of butter wouldn't melt in someone's mouth. Butter won't melt in someone's mouth. Alternative form of butter wouldn't melt in someone's mouth. Butter would not melt in someone's mouth. Alternative form of butter wouldn't melt in someone's mouth. Butter wouldn't melt in someone's mouth. The identified person appears to be benign, mild-mannered, or come but with an integral suggestion that, to the contrary, he or she really is untrustworthy, disagreeable, or mean-spirited. Butter yellow, a light, soft yellow color. Butter and egg man, a prosperous dairy farmer or other wealthy rural citizen, seen as coming into the big city and ostentatiously living it up. Butter and egg man, plural of butter and egg man. Butter and egg money, money for household expenses. Butter and dagger, synonym of butter and egg man. Butter and daggers, plural of butter and dagger. Butter and eggs, a flowering plant of species Linaria vulgaris, native to Europe and northern Asia, yellow toadflax, common toadflax. Butter box, a Dutch person, used in the era of the Anglo-Dutch Wars. Butter boxes, plural of butter box. Butter fat, alternative form of butter fat. Butter fats, plural of butter fat, alternative form of butter fats. Butterfinger, alternative form of butterfingered. Butter ham, a slice of buttered bread. Butter hams, plural of butter ham. Butter muslin, alternative form of butter muslin. Butter slide, a long patch of butter on a floor that will cause anybody walking on it to slip, traditionally used in slapstick or as a practical joke. Butter slides, plural of butter slide. Butter woman, a butter saleswoman. Butter women, plural of butter woman. Butterable, that can be buttered. Butteraceous, alternative form of buteraceous. Butterball, a round lump of a coagulated fat used in cooking such as butter or margarine. Butterballs, plural of butterball. Butterbar, alternative form of butterbar. Butterbars, plural of butterbar. Butterbean, alternative spelling of butterbean. Butterbeans, plural of butterbean. Butterbird, the bobolink Dolichonyx oryzivorus. Butterbirds, plural of butterbird. Butterbodies, plural of butterbody. Butterbody, a woman who has an attractive face but a less attractive body. Butterbox, a wooden box in which butter is contained. Butterboxes, plural of butterbox. Butterbrat, a German open sandwich. Butterbrats, plural of butterbrat. Butterbuffed, the European bittern. Butterbumps, plural of butterbump. Butterbur, any of several Eurasian herbs of the genus Petacites having dense clusters of often purple flowers. Butterburger, a hamburger made with butter, whether it is mixed with the meat or applied to the bun before toasting. Butterburgers, plural of butterburger. Butterburs, plural of butterbur. Butterbush, synonym of gumby gumby. Butterbushes, plural of butterbush. Butterby, the yellow-rumped warbler Satophaga cornata, a North American bird species with a conspicuous yellow rump. Butterbites, plural of butterbut. Buttercream, a type of thick, sweet icing or cake filling made by creaming butter or sometimes another fat, such as margarine with powdered sugar. Buttercreams, plural of buttercream. Buttercross, a type of market cross associated with English market towns and dating from medieval times. Fresh market produce was laid out and displayed on the circular stepped bases of the cross. Buttercrosses, plural of buttercross. Buttercrunch, a mild lettuce, Lactuca sativa. Buttercup, any of many herbs of the genus Ranunculus having yellow flowers, the crowfoot. Buttercup anemone, the yellowwood anemone. Buttercup anemones, plural of buttercup anemone. Buttercup squash, a variety of squash with a flattish top, dark green skin, and dense yellow-orange flesh. Buttercup squashes, plural of buttercup squash. Buttercup tree, either of two trees, Cochlyspermum religiosum and Cochlyspermum vidifolium of India and Latin America respectively. Buttercup trees, plural of buttercup tree. Buttercup-like, resembling or characteristic of a buttercup. Buttercupped, covered in buttercups. Buttercups, plural of buttercup. Butterdock, butterbur. Butter, simple past and past participle of butter. Buttered beer, a hot drink of ale with eggs and spices. Watered down, simple past and past participle of butter down. Buttered one's bread on both sides. Simple past and past participle of butter one's bread on both sides. Buttered out, simple past and past participle of butter out. Buttered someone's biscuit, simple past and past participle of butter someone's biscuit. Buttered the canaille, simple past and past participle of butter